I was reborn 10 years ago, on the day the apocalypse began, in the desolate ruins. The wails of zombies echoed, but I seemed to have gotten used to it all. I was about to grab my side knife, but after searching for a while, I only found a sword that hadn't been sharpened. It looks somewhat familiar. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire outside the window. I instinctively kicked open the car door. I turned and hid behind cover. From the sound, it seemed like an old submachine gun. It immediately attracted the nearby zombies. They roared and ran towards the sound. With a bang, the man shouted loudly, asking how things were going over there. A girl named Sia Ran had a serious expression. "The crowd is evacuating. We need you to hold out a little longer, but we're running out of ammo. Damn it, where the hell did these things, neither human nor ghost, come from?" Seeing this, I suddenly became curious. They are dressed in military uniforms. Moreover, their weapons are seriously outdated. This way of fighting is fundamentally wrong. Total defeat is just a matter of time. What should I do? Should I save them or not? What if there are advanced infected individuals without weapons? I would also be at a disadvantage. Soon their bullets ran out. Fortunately, the crowd had already evacuated. With no worries behind them, everyone decided to fight to the death. They engaged in close combat with the zombies, leaving the chance of survival to ACIU. But after all, they were outnumbered. Unless something unexpected happened, all the teammates are dead, and Sia Ran is left with only one bullet. A surge of inexplicable fear suddenly washes over him. Facing the approaching zombie, he points the gun at his head. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad," but just then, a loud bang comes from nearby. The long sword kept striking the hood. It immediately attracted the zombies' attention. Sia Ran was surprised. Who on earth is it? Where are they? And why haven't they evacuated yet? Soon, the horde of zombies ran toward the sound. Before Sia Ran could remind them, a shadow of a sword, it flashed by. Bassus, and the cutting through all the zombies ahead. At the moment of landing, the zombies behind had already been torn apart. Sia Ran stared in shock at this scene. Countless blades danced among the horde of zombies. Who on earth is he? Even a special forces team could handle at most 3, and he could actually take on 50 of them at once. I glanced behind me. My eyes met the ninja's gaze. It seems he's the only one who survived. I caught a glimpse of the short sword on the ground. I picked it up without thinking, then immediately threw it forward. As it pierced the zombie's chest, I stepped forward and landed on the hilt. I jumped into the air and grabbed the short sword. I heard a whoosh. The dense shadows of the sword shredded all the zombies. How is this possible? After everything calmed down, I found these zombies to be so weak. They were just like they had just been infected. Looking at Sia Ran, who was frozen in place, I stepped forward and introduced myself. In 1J from the World Evolver Collaboration Organization. The rescue is now complete. Please provide information and necessary assistance. What? Why should I assist you? With the military? Okay. Looking at Sia Ran's military ID, wasn't this abolished in the early days of Huaxia? Moreover, looking at his old-fashioned security uniform and the weak infected people around him, I asked, "What year is it now?" Sia Ran hesitated for a moment. "It's November 3, 2021. What's wrong?" Hearing this, I was greatly shocked. I had actually returned to 10 years ago. The very day the apocalypse began, an extraterrestrial object known as the Destroyer suddenly crashed into Earth. From that moment on, more than 50% of the world's population was infected and turned into monsters. Fortunately, a new technology has landed on Earth, creating crystals that can allow humans to evolve. And I am one of the evolved. Unfortunately, I only received physical enhancements, unlike other evolved beings who possess world-destroying powers. At that moment, I suddenly realized that I hadn't been deprived of power, but rather, I was brought back from the brink of death 10 years ago. Isn't this my power? And I was reborn with my future body. If that's the case, I must stop all of this. At that moment, CIA Ran shouted, "Look over there." At this time, an aurora appeared in the sky. In the future, we call it the evolution zone. If I remember correctly, this should be the world's first evolution zone. I never thought I'd see such a beautiful sight in this desolate apocalypse. The girl's name is Sia Ran. She's a sophomore at the National Defense Military Academy. I heard him a sophomore too. She looked shocked with my skills. How could they just reach out for my student ID? After all, I'm just an ordinary college student. How could I carry a weapon with me? Therefore, Sia Ran concluded that I must be a high-ranking military official on a secret mission who fabricated a false identity. However, he quickly slapped himself in the face upon seeing the information on my student ID. Nothing more to say, but the priority now is to leave. Seeing me about to leave, CIA Ran behind and go alone. He immediately put on an act. As military personnel, I have a duty to protect you, a civilian. Before he even finished speaking, I had already shut the doors and windows. After a brief moment of thought, I quietly asked how to drive this vehicle. As the scene shifted, we were on the road to the evolution zone. I didn't expect this decommissioned military vehicle to be so complicated. Sia Ran thought he could show off for once, but after seeing my gaze, his face suddenly turned red. "Why are you looking at me? Why do you keep staring at me?" Until I said stop. Then I got out. I leaned over to the window and said to him, "Get in, let me drive." It turns out Sia Ran was being overly sentimental. He was just staring at him to learn how to drive. At this speed, I'm afraid we won't make it. Before Sia Ran could react, I floored the gas pedal and started speeding. Even drivers with 30 years of experience wouldn't dare drive like this. Did I really just learn how to drive? As the car ran over one zombie after another, I urged Sia Ran to cheer up. The purification zone has been hit hard. The further in we go, the more dangerous the roads will be. But why go to the purification zone? Is it because you have family there? Faced with Sia Ran's question, my expression darkened. I have no family. Realizing that he asked the wrong question, Sia Ran quickly changed the topic. Actually, their mission was also to investigate there, but unexpectedly, they encountered infected people halfway. Then, green auroras appeared in the sky. They didn't know that this was a sign of the evolution zone opening. I missed it in my previous life. This time, I must get the crystal. I asked the villager what time it was. Even though there was no signal, the time was still quite accurate. It's 16:50. Hearing this, I felt uneasy. If I remember correctly, the whole plan starts at 17:00. After that, no one can enter within a 10-kilometer radius. Looks like I'll have to change course. Sia Ran was feeling curious. I had slammed the steering wheel. Like a dragon sweeping its tail, I got onto the overpass, looking at the scene ahead. Sia Ran was stunned. Directly in front of the car was a dense crowd of zombies. Even if I crashed through them all, it would be too late. Sia Ran never expected that I would actually use the turret machine gun. Under the hail of bullets, the zombies were shattered one by one. Seeing this, Sia Ran couldn't help but marvel at the strength. He managed to shoot them all down without hesitation. At that moment, I told Sia Ran to floor the gas pedal. Even if there's a curve ahead, don't turn the steering wheel. Trust me. This made Sia Ran instantly serious. He slammed on the gas, crushing all the zombies in front of him. Then he charged toward the railing without hesitation. Sia Ran closed his eyes in fear as the countdown began. The time reached 5:00 p.m. There was a loud bang. A blast echoed from the sky above. Countless green sparks scattered everywhere. The car was hovering motionless in midair. It took a moment before crashing to the ground. I felt the golden quicksand under my feet. What's going on? Why has the city turned into a desert? Sia Ran suddenly turned around. To her surprise, she saw the pyramid and the Sphinx. Then a voice entered everyone's mind. Purification Zone 1 has been generated. Reading the Egypt crystal. Guardians have been generated. Liberation conditions applied. Absorb the purification crystal. Hearing these familiar rules, I told Sia Ran, this is a trial ground for human evolution. There are only 3 ways to leave. The first is to defeat the Guardian. The second is for a certain number of humans to get within 5 meters of the crystal. The third is for the number of survivors to reach the required amount. As long as one of these conditions is met, you can be freed. Otherwise, no one can leave. As one of the first generation evolvers, I was bound to become a focal point in the apocalypse, but crew as bystanders didn't see it that way. Just then, a runaway bus sped towards us, passing right by me. All I heard was a crunch as a zombie shattered the windshield. The driver slammed on the gas. Unexpectedly, the speeding bus couldn't stop at all. It went straight towards the shortcut. Sure enough, no one can get out of here. Soon, cries for help came from the bus. A frightened glance. I immediately understood, but as we passed by the Sphinx-like figure, he seemed to be watching everything. The driver was clearly dead. A roar shattered the silence. A female zombie slowly entered the cabin, and a girl named Yu-Ching was pushed out. Rural boy, go on. If it weren't for you bringing us onto the bus, none of this would've happened. While they were talking, the female zombie had already pounced. They were in chaos. Fortunately, Yu-Ching used an iron rod to hold its mouth shut. Come help me, we have to push it away. Only then can we escape through the car door. Just as both sides were at a standstill, Juan Meo suddenly noticed another zombie had arrived at the door. He shouted, "You guys hold on." Him leaving first, he pushed away the zombies. Without looking back, he ran towards the car. Seeing him run further and further away, the female zombie also broke free from her restraints. Faced with the encirclement of 2 zombies, it's all over now. At a critical moment, suddenly, with a bang, a figure broke through the car window. Just as the zombie was about to bite Yu-Ching, a sword pierced through its head. Then the sword was slowly pulled out. Yu-Ching was stunned at first. Her heart raced to her throat. The female zombie suddenly appeared. I could see it was about to bite me. I dodged to the side. Then I gripped my longsword. I heard a whoosh. A flash of white sword light swept by. Only the head remained on the ground, mumbling. Clearly, Yuqing was impressed by my skills. The moment our eyes met, her face turned red. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Yuqing was about to introduce herself, but was interrupted by the arriving Xiang. Wang Jie, are you done? He reminded the girls that it was dangerous here. Come with me quickly. But the girl said there was one person missing here. Hearing this, it felt ominous. Oh no, at this moment, the blonde was running forward non-stop. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the sky. Looking up her, it turned out to be an enormous foot. Everyone was terrified. The Sphinx. Xiang Huan moved. He lifted the bus. His expression was very strange. Suddenly, he let out a roar. It made my eardrums ache. I was about to be crushed by him. I calmly said, "Everyone, don't panic. Sit down quickly and take out a book." Xia Ran was a bit curious, but there was no time to explain. The next second, a sharp claw pierced through the bottom of the car. Then it tore open a large crack. The Guardian suddenly looked inside the car. These people were quietly reading. At this moment, to passers-by, these people are definitely done for. Little did I know, I was reminiscing about high school history. In a moment, the vehicle landed smoothly. Watching the monster slowly depart, everyone was stunned. Why didn't it kill them? At that moment, I closed my textbook. I told everyone it was safe. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. That said, what exactly is going on here? Why didn't the monster attack us? In response to the servant's question, it's quite simple. The survival tip is to understand the nature of the divine. In other words, the divine refers to the guardian, Sphinx. According to the myth, he would pose a riddle to those he encountered. If they couldn't answer, he would eat them. Until a wise person spoke the answer. The Sphinx then shamefully fell off a cliff. Thus, the essence of the divine is to respect and fear those with knowledge. Thinking of this, I suddenly realized that even if I'm not here, they might also survive. Because this girl is one of the only original evolvers in the world, Zuo Yuqing. She holds the title of Storm Queen. She has the mutated ability to create disasters and manipulate the climate. She has become an important leader for the future of Waxia, and now I have the same opportunity as him. After looking at each other for a long time, Xia Ranking cleared her throat. Since we have a way to deal with the Sphinx, doesn't that mean we're guaranteed to win? I shook my head. The real killing is yet to come. As it was getting late, we couldn't stay here any longer. The smell of blood in the car will attract more zombies, and since just now, quite a few people are already watching us. It seems they have some ideas about us. After all, to get out of here, you don't necessarily have to kill the Guardian. Killing a certain number of people can also complete the task. So, the people here aren't simple. You must be prepared to kill. In the apocalypse, humans are far more dangerous than the infected. We left the car and headed forward. The night wind and sand could disrupt the zombies' hearing. Our destination was the small supermarket at the end of the street. It would be enough to sustain us for a while. Along the way, CIO Ran kept boasting about my glorious achievements. Before long, we arrived in front of the supermarket, but I stopped in my tracks because there isn't even a single zombie here. For safety's sake, I let them stay where they are. At this moment, a creature resembling an alien was already lurking in the shadows. "Stop hiding and come out." As soon as I finished speaking, it suddenly burst out from the ground. He raised the junk car high. The two of them were startled. They hurriedly drew their guns and told me to run. But I wasn't afraid at all. "Don't waste your bullets. It won't work on him." After saying that, the zombie suddenly threw something at me, although I ducked to avoid it. But the huge noise quickly attracted other zombies. With a roar, could this guy be a mutated level? While I was pondering, the zombie had already pounced on me. It suddenly slammed down towards me. I was startled and gasped. Fortunately, I was safe and sound, and even provocatively waved my hand. The zombie is completely furious. It lunges at me again. I easily dodge out of the way. It is very unwilling. If that hit me, I definitely wouldn't last long. But why isn't it fighting back? At that moment, Sia Ran is puzzled. I realized there was no place to stand around me, and the zombie took the opportunity to lunge at me. It spread its sharp claws. I was about to meet my end. My eyes shifted. Then I heard a snap. The zombie's arm was severed with a single slash. Since that's the case, why didn't you act sooner? And the zombie hasn't fallen yet. You actually still have the mind to look at and feel the pain from the severed arm. The zombie goes berserk again. Just as it approaches me, I got into position. A precise strike flashed by. Before the zombie could react, its head had already exploded. With a thud, the battle ended. The two were astonished. It was a one-hit kill. But just then, suddenly, something started converging into my body. Not only did my stamina fully recover, but my strength also increased. At this rate, I can grow from D rank to C rank within a year. As for why I didn't take action earlier, I directed a few of them to look at the body behind me. Although Sia Ran came from the military, but I still felt a bit scared. In order to adapt to him quickly, Yuqing kept pretending to be calm. She truly deserves to be the future leader. I pulled his hand over. I told him not to worry. I will watch with you. And I didn't forget to find a third wheel to join us. The layer on the surface of the body is an exoskeleton. In just one day, the internal body structure has changed. And listen to this sound. Its hardness is already similar to metal. Therefore, bullets are completely useless against it. You can only avoid the exoskeleton. Only by precisely hitting the joint areas can it be effective. It seems this intel must be reported to headquarters as soon as possible. He survived the battlefield before. Now that he's dead, regular infected will soon gather here. As the scene shifts, we found 50 candles. We started preparing dinner. We began with the food that had the shortest shelf life. After finishing the conversation with the lower-ranking ninja, I planned to go and stir-fry a few dishes. I didn't expect he was from the cooking team. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. It looked quite appealing. After tasting a bite, I was suddenly taken aback. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I never expected this familiar recipe to actually be 13 spices. In the future, this will be a luxury even more precious than gold. I haven't tasted this flavor in 10 years. Looking at me only eating vegetables and not meat, Sia Ran finds it somewhat perplexing. Little does she know that in the apocalypse, after land has diminished, fresh vegetables are simply unavailable. You can only rely on tablets to absorb vitamins. But to Sia Ran, up to so's, not only did I protect them, but now I'm pretending to eat vegetables. Thinking about this, he felt particularly touched. Watching Saya Ran eat while crying, Ching Ching wondered, is the food really that delicious? As dinner ended, I handed them the remaining quilt. Just go to the corner and take a nap for a bit. Who would have thought that the two girls would take the initiative to suggest they wanted to sleep together to get to know why I am so strong? I was reborn 10 years ago. I got another chance to evolve. I took the girls with me into the evolution zone. Now, the first thing to do is to educate them about the knowledge of the apocalypse. Nowadays, there are 5 types of infectees. They are classified as wandering, mutated, fear, calamity, and catastrophe levels. There are also rare variants with special evolutions. The wandering level has the largest numbers. They are the initial stage of unmutated infected, but as time passes, they begin to mutate. Their strength and speed also increase. That big guy is a rare variant that only appears in the desert. Fortunately, humanity can also evolve. I believe everyone has already noticed. After a whole day, not only do I not feel tired, but instead I feel invigorated. This indicates that the evolutionary crystal is influencing us. So I have decided to use this to train them on how to fight against the infected. The real battle begins soon. Facing the zombie in front of me, I thrust my sword into its head. As the zombie completely dies, energy begins to gather towards my body. At this moment, I notice 2 infected people walking not far away. It's time to deal with them. I looked at Yu Qing, who lowered her head in fear. I decided to help this high school girl become the future leader of Waxia. Under my comfort, Yu Qing's face turned red. To be able to stay by my side in the future, she made up her mind as well. At that moment, the zombies rushed forward. Saya Ran first blocked with a knife, then grabbed the wrist and slammed it hard, pinning him to the ground. Forcefully stabbed the zombie in the back of the head. Seeing no movement, finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, Yu Qing faced a zombie. He nervously dodged to the side, then seized the opening. His gaze changed. He thrust the wooden stick violently against the zombie's chin. Then he pushed hard. It pierced straight through the zombie's head. He kept gasping for breath. It seems he still had some lingering feelings. Listening to my voice, only then did he relax. After all, he was just an ordinary person yesterday, and today he has to face merciless slaughter. I patted his head. You've done very well. But remember, in the apocalypse, you can't easily pity others, let alone the infected. As the sky gradually brightens, we arrived at an abandoned building. To help them quickly adapt to survival in the apocalypse, Siren looked into the distance. It was the bus we had stayed on before. By now, it was completely burned. It seems someone really has their sights on us. And in the direction I pointed, a group of people had already started fighting over it. Before long, the sun slowly rose. The pyramid glowed brilliantly under the sunlight. Suddenly, I felt a warmth in my chest. The evolution crystal unexpectedly resonated. At that moment, a few energetic guys sped down the road. Seeing the monsters turn to stone, they kept charging forward. He said that as long as he gets the crystal, he will dominate. The incident unfolded as he drove high into the air. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with fear. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to see a pair of enormous hands slamming him dead in the palm. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. There are actually 2 monsters, It's said that the Sphinx is the most cunning god of Egypt. He treats humans as his playthings. He deceived everyone's eyes. Facing a barrage of bullets is like scratching an itch, until someone threw explosives, destroying his handsome face. Only then did he get angry, shouting at humanity. After tasting the sweetness, the man continued to bombard wildly. Just when he thought he had succeeded, little did he know, the Guardian shook his face, instantly returning to his original state. No one expected that he was actually immortal, and it was too late to escape. The Guardian is toying with the ants. What should we do now? Sia Ran was just about to ask me, but found that I had already vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, I was already in the desert, speeding away in the direction they had fled. Below the pyramid, a small hill caught my attention. Seeing me suddenly stopped the car. The Guardian was stunned. Then, I provocatively said, "Big guy, come at me." The Guardian instantly became furious. He spread his wings and lunged at me fiercely. Everyone who saw it thought I was crazy. Seeing the massive claw about to smash down, I grasped the longsword. Using the inertia, I leaped into the air at the moment of the attack, then quickly passed through the gap. The Guardian was also not idle. A golden light shone from his mouth. Then the sand began to quickly gather. In the blink of an eye, they turned into lions. They all rushed toward me in a frenzy. I didn't expect the Guardian could summon them, and their speed was no less than my bike. Since that's the case, I suddenly hit the brakes. Everyone thought I was giving up. Little did they know I turned and charged at them. Just as we were about to collide, I gripped my long sword. In the next second, the blade swung down. The lions were all severed. I didn't expect to use this move, even on the car. At that moment, a golden light shone from the pyramid. Then a roar followed. I was instantly jolted. It felt as if a pair of eyes saw through my body. When I regained my senses, the Guardian had already caught up, and they were even faster than before. I picked up the explosives from the ground. Everyone thought I was struggling for no reason, but as the fuse was lit, the Guardian gave a charming smile. He looked in the direction where the explosives were thrown. He was instantly dumbfounded. Then came a huge bang. The hill actually blew open a subway entrance. Amidst everyone's astonished expressions, I twisted the throttle. I leaped into the air, turned back and said goodbye. Big Cat then drove towards the subway entrance. Seeing that I was temporarily safe, Sia Ran suggested we leave quickly, because their location had already been discovered, and the other side had guns. It seemed they wanted to recruit me, to help them steal the crystal. To avoid burdening me, the two decided to evacuate as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, the man hurriedly said they found the group from yesterday's bus to threaten me for the crystal. They planned to capture Sia Ran and the other at the same time. The two are running quickly. After all, in the apocalypse, humans are more dangerous than zombies. But soon, they stopped in their tracks, because something eerie was coming from the gate ahead. I was reborn 10 years ago. I thought I would regain my purification powers, but I didn't expect the Guardians to become stronger. The difficulty wasn't like the early purification zones at all. How did Yu Qing reach the purification crystal back then? Could the problem be with me? Ever since I absorbed the zombie crystal, the Guardians have mistaken me for a zombie. That's why another Guardian targeting zombies appeared. That guy, Jing Zhou. The most urgent thing now is to get out of the subway. But I didn't expect there to be a palace here, and a horde of zombies as well. Now things are getting interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader orders his men to capture the woman. The sleazy lackeys rush at her, but in the next second, 2 gunshots stop them in their tracks. Saya Ran reveals her identity and makes them stop the chase. But what if they were from the military district? In their eyes, they were just 2 women to be toyed with. So, under the cover of firepower, they began to chase them relentlessly until they were forced into a dead end. Rand's bullets were all used up. The leader gave a wicked smile, maliciously approaching the 2. This is it. Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared. A figure sped past from above, crashing straight into the thug. In their astonished eyes, I slowly emerged from the corner. Look, that's the guy who fought the monster head-on. They stared at me, uninvited. The leader asked in a deep voice, "Kid, you've got some skills. I like that. He'll give you a chance to cooperate obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me if this gun shows no mercy." To his surprise, I sneered dismissively. "You think you're worthy? It's because of people like you that humanity cannot unite after disaster. The more chaotic the world, the greater the harm caused by evil people." After I finished speaking, I clenched my fist. "Allowing your existence will only lead to humanity's extinction." My eyes turned red. No more wasting words with him. Instead, he vanished in place. Before they could react, a red flash of lightning swept across the necks of several people. All that was left was his terrified expression. The leader panicked. He hurriedly shouted for indiscriminate shooting. He didn't care about the lives of his underlings at all. And every time I flash, I take someone down. If this keeps up, he'll kill them all sooner or later. Sia and Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief, but in the next second, a large hand suddenly reached out for them. They were about to be taken hostage by the leader. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced through the leader's chest. By the time he reacted, he was already on the ground. Only then did his subordinates realize that the gun in their hands had vanished. The next second, their heads exploded. I scoffed and said, "Did you think I could only cut? This guy is still not dead." He even said he would personally flip a coin to decide life or death. That's actually pretty interesting. The leader thought his plan had succeeded. Little did he know, I blew his brains out with one shot. Maybe in the next life. After all, the zombies are about to get used to daylight soon. Meanwhile, on the other side, a massacre was about to begin. The apocalypse brought a zombie invasion. Humans evolved supernatural abilities to fight against them. As a reborn individual, I discovered a clue to the first evolution zone. The red drink represents the Guardian. Besides his massive size, he also has immortality. And if you want to get the evolution crystal inside the pyramid, we must get rid of the Guardians. The key lies in the Sphinx. The reason it was damaged in front is because they act like containers. They can exchange with each other without being damaged. In other words, if we are to deal with the Guardians, we must destroy the Sphinx at the same time, and the interval between attempts can't be too long. This is undoubtedly a challenge for Iran and the others, and inside the pyramid, there's a monster even more terrifying than the Guardian. If no one has obtained the crystal before time runs out, it will come out alongside the Guardian to massacre. until the number of people meets the requirement. Hearing this, the two fell into deep thought. After all, they still don't know that there are only 3 evolution crystals in this evolution zone. This means that if they can't obtain them, they will die, and I had prepared to go in alone. Fortunately, the 2 of them quickly rallied. They made up their minds to prepare for battle, and just a little while ago, I tested the crystal's ability. My powers were originally limited to physical enhancement, but ever since I absorbed the energy of the zombies, a blood-colored crystal formed within me. By consuming it, I can greatly enhance myself. I can even detonate it for a super enhancement. But to face the Guardian, I need more blood crystals to counter this. He must be filled within 3 days. So I quickly threw myself into the battle. At the same time, I also collected weapons for them. I determined the next plan. This made Ran doubt my identity. Why do I know so much? Seeing me remain silent, he smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. He will trust me. He wants me to promise to leave together. But can I really do it? On the other side, a group of people is collecting supplies. Suddenly, they notice someone rushing past. It seems to be heading towards the pyramid. Before me stood a massive guardian. Upon seeing me, without a word, he summoned the little lion again. As the sword was drawn, wherever I passed, monsters were cut to pieces. Taking advantage of the thick fog, I threw out the detonator with a loud bang. It exploded right in the Guardian's face. Everyone thought I was wasting explosives. After all, it wouldn't affect the Guardian at all. But the next moment, more and more detonators were projected to explode. His head was instantly submerged. Little did he know my true target was actually the Sphinx behind him. By the time the Guardian reacted, it was already too late. The explosion had already erupted. Seeing this, he became furious. I stomped hard on the ground. Suddenly, the earth shook violently around me. In the next moment, a sharp spike suddenly shot up from the ground. It pierced right through beneath the vehicle. I quickly dodged aside. Drawing my sword, I charged straight at the Guardian. With a swift strike of my blade, I struck at his body with my sword. Immediately, a painful wail erupted. Looking at his face covered in blood, the container was indeed broken. Life was exposed. In the next second, the Guardian was furious. It was about to strike. I drew my gun. I started firing wildly at his face. At this point, there are 20 seconds left until the Sphinx is repaired. In that case, he'll just have some fun with him. What is it really like to duel the Sphinx? It seemed like victory was within reach. Suddenly, a golden light shone from the pyramid. In the next moment, my body suddenly stiffened. The longsword can't pierce at all. I turned around. The statue behind me had already restored itself. It seems that those eyes are up to no good again. Since that's the case, I changed my gaze. I ignited the crimson crystal within my body. Soon, the Guardian's injuries had completely healed. He let out a roar. A terrifying pressure instantly locked onto me. In the next second, he opened his mouth wide. He lunged at me. I had Yuqing act immediately. He pressed the remote. The drone that had been prepared took off instantly. It dropped explosives toward the Sphinx. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Direct hit. I taunted the Guardian, saying, "You're really angry, aren't Let's see how you switch to your true form now. As soon as I finished speaking, several flashes of swords and blades whizzed past. My guess was indeed correct. As long as we fix his true form in front of us, killing him is just a matter of time. But under the enhancement of the pyramid, the Guardian's abilities have also improved. But that's fine. Let him witness the crystallization of human wisdom. After all, my goal from the very beginning was not to kill him, but to lead him here. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. It's time. A subway train suddenly burst up from beneath his feet. Before the Guardian could react, the subway crashed straight into his head. The tremendous impact left the Guardian no chance to evade. With a thunderous boom, he was killed instantly. This is the power of Iron Civilization. However, a large number of zombies rushed up from the subway entrance. They crawled over the bodies of the Guardians. At that moment, the sky changed. The monsters inside the pyramid are about to move. Sia Ran immediately got on the motorcycle and sped towards the top of the pyramid with Yu Qing. Taking advantage of that guy's attention on the zombie, I quickly climbed up the pyramid, but they soon chased after me. Suddenly, I noticed a door appeared on the steps beside me. I took a closer look, and it turned out to be a figure, all in black. Could he be the second Guardian? Just then, a sudden sharp pain shot through my chest. The power of the blood-colored crystals within me was instantly suppressed. My body was completely unable to move, but just thinking about it frightened me. I gritted my teeth. I must obtain the purification crystal today. As more and more zombies climbed up, they all walked through that big door. Suddenly, with a whoosh, it was instantly absorbed. Could it be that the Guardian is absorbing power? As I got closer, my body began to sway involuntarily. It seemed that something was calling me. I focused my gaze. My eyes turned golden. This man was once the infamous skinny tiger of Heijian in the martial arts world. He has now fallen to become the owner of a rundown video store. The man's name is Li An. In his youth, he sought out famous masters from around the world to learn martial arts. He built a formidable reputation in the martial arts world, but a month ago, he was diagnosed with acute leukemia. Now he can only spend the last moments of his life in this dilapidated little shop. At this moment, a young girl walks in from outside. She softly asks, "Are you Mr. Lian?" Lian gently lifted her head to look at the woman. She indicated that she was indeed Lian. After receiving confirmation, the woman began to introduce herself. The girl's name is Lei Jing. She is a director of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, and her grandfather, Lei Hongsheng, is Li Yan's nominal master. By generation, Li Yan should be his senior apprentice, because of her grandfather's passing. This time, he wanted to invite Li Yan to return to Guangdong with him, to serve as a consultant for the Martial Arts Association. But Li Yan directly declined his request, and told Li Jing that he had been diagnosed with leukemia and didn't have much time left. He feared he wouldn't be able to help him. Faced with Li Yan's response, Li Jing was somewhat displeased, but said nothing. Take out a business card and gently place it on the table. Softly say that my grandfather once said, "For those who practice martial arts, the heart first stirs with 3 parts of malice." Among all these late blooming juniors, only you, senior brother, have nurtured this 3 parts of malice. No matter how you ultimately decide, senior brother, I hope this 3 parts of malice in you does not dissipate. After speaking, she turned and left with the driver. Is there a bit of anger? Looking at the splash of crimson on her hand, Li Yan smiled self-deprecatingly. At that moment, she no longer felt like doing business. Just as she was about to close the door, a hand suddenly blocked the rolling door. A grotesque face appeared before Li Yan. Li Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. It was actually the driver who just left. A sudden whip kick came towards Li Yan. Li Yan raised her arm to block. The immense force sent Li Yan flying. Li Yan was secretly shocked. This guy is definitely not human. Before Li Yan could get up, the monster lunged at him with a kick. Li Yan directly punched the monster's joint. She shattered the joint with a single blow. The off-balance monster knelt right in front of Li Yan. Their eyes met. The atmosphere was very strange. Li Yan reached out and grabbed the monster's shoulder. She suddenly turned, knocking the monster to the ground. There was a crack sound. The monster's right hand was forcibly broken by Li Yan. Seeing the monster not react for a long time, Li Yan let out a sigh of relief. He turned around to look for his phone. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the monster suddenly lunged, opening its mouth wide to bite at Li Yan. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Li Yan twisted his waist and performed a flying kick. The tremendous force twisted the monster's head several times. It fell to the ground, motionless. Suddenly, Li Yan felt a wave of dizziness. He fainted. When Li Yan woke up again, a short, chubby man appeared before him, and that monster from before has disappeared. Everyone says the Li family from Hejian excels in both spear and sword. I didn't expect their grappling skills to be so sharp as well. Li Yan suddenly noticed a pitch-black darkness behind the fat man. Without any light at all, there was an indescribable eeriness. Looking at the fat man, he asked, "Where's the woman?" He noticed Li Yan's somewhat unfriendly gaze. That stated that he had no relation to those two. That monster just borrowed a thought from that man to greet you. Let me introduce myself. You can call me Wang Yang. You can also call me by another name, Mo. Li Yan glanced at him. He smiled slightly. Mo, want to eat dumplings? Wang Yang was taken aback for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. This kid is really interesting. His expression then turned serious. He said to Li Yan, "I can save your life, but it's not the bone marrow match you were thinking of. That's too trivial. I can give you something better." Li Yan believes there's no such thing as a free lunch. Everything that happened today seems eerie. After a moment of contemplation, he directly asked, "What do you need me to do?" Wang Yang spread his hands. He said straightforwardly, "Why not try and see? But this is a path of no return." Li Yan smiled slightly. "That sounds way better than just waiting to die. Let's hear it." The fat guy grinned. His expression turned unusually dark and solemn. "All right then, let's do it." Suddenly, a black wave like an abyss surged from behind the fat guy. It completely engulfed the terrified Li Yan. A faint, ethereal voice echoed, "Welcome to the world of rock Batsai. How strong is this man? He is suffering from a terminal illness. Yet he was able to shatter the knee of the Thai boxing champion. Just now, Li Yan was swallowed by the black wave behind the fat man. In that moment, Li Yan felt himself continuously falling. Various bizarre scenes flashed before his eyes. Black chains pierced the sky. A mysterious, ancient palace. Countless powerful and enigmatic figures. Fiery red blood envelops Li Yan's body. everything before Li Yan's eyes turns red. At this moment, he finally sees one of those mysterious shadows clearly. Its entire body is bound in chains. Even the wings behind it are pierced by chains. Its head is drenched in blood. At this moment, the eerie sound echoed once again. It awakened the depths of my heart. Li Yan couldn't make a sound. His mind kept asking, "Who are you?" The cold darkness engulfed Li Yan once more. He opened his eyes. What he saw was a boxing ring. The chaotic shouting around him and the pungent smell left him disoriented. This is underground black boxing. Where's that fat guy? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Master Xingzhao, welcome to Yanfu. We thought you were ready with a new identity. It won't raise anyone's suspicion. Don't worry, cause a big stir." At the same time, in Li Yan's pupils, a task box has appeared. Look at the dialogue box. Li Yan analyzes it carefully. It seems that he is currently in the Kowloon walled city of Hong Kong in 1986. There are 3 requirements to complete this task. First, reach the 7th level on the Kowloon Spring platform. Second, obtain any fragment of the ancient novel, Go Chen Lu. Third, awaken the bewitching bird in Gu Chen. As long as any one condition is met, the salt symbol event will officially begin, and the maximum time I can stay here is only 1 month. I must also not lose the match. Once I lose the match, I will return directly to my original world. Moss gift. Is that the purchase permission that the fat guy gave me? Talent inspiration, 81%. It means this. There is still room for improvement. Just then, while Li Yan was deep in thought, a figure appeared behind him. The person raised their hand and struck at him. Li Yan quickly grabbed the opponent's fist. Turning around, he saw it was a middle-aged man in a suit. At this moment, the middle-aged man was staring at Li Yan. He was also cursing and urging Li Yan to get on stage and fight. Li Yan didn't say anything. She was still thinking, if that fat guy really can take me to Hong Kong in 1986, there's no reason I can't be cured. He'll assess the situation first. Meanwhile, the host on stage was energetically promoting the upcoming fighters. The fighter's name is Chachi. He is trained by the champion known as the Comet of Tainan, Nifo. At that moment, a thunderous cheer erupted in the arena. A dark-skinned strong man stepped onto the ring. It was the fighter Chachi. Suddenly, Chachi seemed to feel Li Yan's gaze. He pointed directly at Li Yan, choosing her to come up on stage. Li Yan walked slowly toward the boxing ring. They noticed that Chachi was faintly glowing red. Chachi looked at Li Yan, who appeared pale and weak. For the first round, usually, you'd just throw some light punches. The real action comes later. The match begins. Chachi charged forward fiercely. He opened with a powerful shoulder strike. Li Yan stepped back suddenly. Immediately after, Chachi threw a quick and fierce straight punch. Li Yan took a small step to evade the attack. He raised his left hand. He deflected Chachi's right punch. His right hand struck directly at Chachi's throat. Chachi didn't expect Li Yan to be so fast. He instinctively dodged. Li Yan walked straight past Chachi's right side. He then circled around to Chachi's back. With a swift kick to the knee pit, a sharp pain hit. Chachi's legs gave way. He fell directly to his knees on the ring. In the front row of the stands, a man in a floral shirt muttered to himself that it was Bagwajang's turn to pass the test. At this moment, Chakai unsteadily stood up. Li Yan dashed forward in a quick step. He threw a straight punch at Chakai's face. Chakai carefully guarded his face. He blocked the punch. Li Yan kicked fiercely with his right leg, attacking Chakai. Chakai could only endure the intense pain and brace himself. There was a sharp crack. Chakai's knee was brutally shattered by Li Yan's kick. This man is a martial arts genius, a rarity in a century. But a month ago, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness. To seek treatment, he was guided by Mo into the world of Yan Fu. Upon entering the Yan Fu world, the first opponent he faced was the Muay Thai champion. Just now, Li Yan's strike directly shattered Chakai's knee. Chakai collapsed onto the ground, wailing in pain, and the audience who lost their bets started cursing loudly. Li Yan coldly looked at the referee and said, "Announce it." The host stared blankly at Chakai on the ground, calming down. Only then did I announce that Li Yan won. However, Li Yan had no intention of getting off the stage. He gently asked, "Aren't we supposed to fight for the next round? Who's next?" Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the crowd. It was the man who had just seen through Li Yan's strategy from the stands. The whole match in Longqing can only start if someone places a bet. If no one places a bet, you'll have to step down. Do you have the guts to fight my man? Win or lose, this 50,000 yuan is yours. With that, he pulled out a thick stack of cash from his coat. Li Yan looked at the man, wearing a floral shirt. The chest is open, revealing the tattoo of a demon inside. Based on the prices of the 1980s, 50,000 should be a fortune. You can only stay for a month. No matter how much money there is, you can't take it with you. Just when I was about to refuse, a prompt suddenly appeared in my vision. Valuable items worth 50,000 yuan can be exchanged for 5 extension points. Such items can only be exchanged after you confirm ownership. Upon seeing the prompt, Li Yan immediately changed his mind. He promised that he would definitely participate in the competition. The purpose here is to treat illness. This Yan Fu Ding should be useful. The middle-aged man who had previously made things difficult for Li Yan approached him with a flattering expression and said, "Brother Jew, if you're happy to bet on a fight, you can pick any fighter here. But it's against the rules for your man to get in the ring." Brother Jew suddenly laughed. "Fatty, is your brain broken? I spent 50,000 at Washan Tavern not to watch those trash fights. The committee gave us full approval, which rule says outsiders can't step in the ring." Before Fatty could reply, Huashan kicked the fat guy away with one kick. The fat guy had no choice. He could only remind Li Yan that the inner person is the spokesperson for Lion Sheng. You need to make it look good. Take a few punches. If you lie on the ground, you'll get 50,000 yuan. Li Yan had a knowing expression. He wiped his nose with his hand. Nosebleed is coming out again. At this moment, Li Yan is not in a good condition. His body is suffering from fever, bleeding and inflammation. But recalling the match just now, the feeling of every punch landing, it proves that he's still alive. At this moment, Huashan Ju looks at the young man beside him and laughs. "Xiaozhou, I know you can't wait any longer. Go up and have some fun." He knows that Xiaozhou is not someone who has only practiced for 3 to 5 years, entering the camp to learn martial arts. He has more than enough experience after over a decade of teaching and accepting disciples. However, in his early years, Xiaozhou sparred with a practitioner of Qing-style Bagua Zhang. and had 5 ribs broken. He also lost hearing in his right ear. For all these years since then, he has hoped to fight again with a descendant of Bagua Zhang. To avenge this grudge, Xiao Zhou stood up and jumped directly from the stands onto the ring. He cupped his hands towards Li Yan and softly said, "Zhujia Quan, Zhou Huaitao has awakened." Li Yan frowned slightly. His discomfort caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He gently said, "He Jian." Li Yan looked at Li Yan's attitude. A flash of anger crossed Xiao Zhou's eyes. One person rushed forward. An elbow struck directly at Li Yan's chest. At the same time, the right leg kicked out, attacking Li Yan's abdomen. Li Yan reacted extremely quickly. His left arm directly blocked the elbow strike. His right hand swiftly reached down to seize the small elbow of the right leg. "The force in my elbow is released and then withdrawn." A right fist strikes directly at Li Yan's face. The fierce wind from the punch blows Li Yan's hair. Li Yan hurriedly blocks the attack with a palm. His body retreats with the force. He is secretly shocked. This Du family's boxing is quite interesting. Indeed a master. It seems I underestimated this stronghold before. After the two separated, Xiao Zhou coldly stared at Li Yan and slowly said, "So arrogant." Li Yan smiled slightly and softly replied, "I just didn't expect a small-time thug to actually be a skilled fighter. He'll have to get serious now." Then Li Yan, like a ghostly apparition, charged forward. In just an instant, she arrived in front of Zhu Wei. "Stop!" This sudden shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Li Yan also quickly stepped back a few paces. A young man with red hair wearing a leather jacket approached slowly, accompanied by a group of followers. Huashan leaned back in his seat, with cold eyes staring at the red-haired youth. The red demon said, "Why are you here?" Li Yan finally found a way to cure his terminal illness, but the price was that he had to earn 3 million within a month. Just now, the red demon, with a single word, stopped the match between Li Yan and Zhou Huaitao. As for the red demon's actions, Hua Shanju was somewhat displeased. His expression darkened. He pushed up his glasses and said, "What's going on? Are the 5 old ghosts of your committee going to tear their faces off with us? Are we not even allowed to spar with Lion Sheng Deu Long Cheng?" The young man named Hongyi gently lit a cigarette. Taking a puff, he said, "The grievances between He Liansheng and Mr. Wu have nothing to do with us. We're just trying to make a living under the table of Taishui's horse by the ring. But you've turned my ring into a chicken coop. You come and go as you please, up and down whenever you like. That breaks the rules." Huashan gives a slight smile. He looks at Li Yan and softly says, "Then he'll be blunt. Xiao Zhou from my family has been wanting to find a master of Bagua Zhang to team up with her. I don't want to cause trouble at Huashan Tavern, nor do I want to break the rules of Longqing. Just do it for my sake. Let them have a match." Hongyi took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly shook his head. "Rules are rules. I won't interfere with anything else. Today, your person is on stage. It's causing trouble in Long City. The atmosphere in Huashan is frighteningly tense right now. No one is speaking. I don't know what they're thinking." And Xiao Zhou, who was listening to their conversation, knew in his heart that if he didn't do something now, it seems today's events will be hard to conclude. With a leap, I jumped down from the ring. I asked the Red Devil, "Isn't it said that as long as I follow the rules and get on stage to box, I can fight him. The Red Devil lifts his eyelids and looks at Xiao Zhou. He laughed and said that you should start with the first category, as long as the committee recognizes that your performance is close and someone is placing bets, then it will be fine. Xiao Zhou smiled slightly. She called out to Hua Shanju, Zhu Ji Yo. Hua Shanju understood Xiao Zhou's meaning. He replied nonchalantly, "It's up to you." Then he left with a group of followers. Xiao Zhou walked up to Lian. He cupped his hands. He said, "Master Lil, there aren't many people practicing traditional martial arts in Longqing's boxing ring. Not today. Let me establish myself in Longqing's boxing ring first. Then we can have a good match." Li Yan nodded. He opened his mouth and said, "That Master Zhou, is the 50,000 yuan your ninth brother mentioned still valid?" Xiao Zhou was taken aback. He awkwardly nodded. At this moment, a long-lost task frame appeared in Li Yan's eyes. After obtaining 5 points of extended service points, he finally unlocked additional purchasing permissions. A glimpse of wonder can obtain others' personal information. Has a certain chance of exposing their weaknesses. Each use consumes 1 point of extended service points. You can also spend 10 extended service points to purchase it permanently. When seeing the 2 items below, Li Yan's eyes flickered with surprise. As hematopoietic cell enhancer, as hematopoietic cell supplement. Looks like this is the thing that fat guy promised would cure my illness. One requires 10 points. It can control the progression of the disease. The other requires 300 points. It can fully cure the illness. Permission for silent gifting purchase. Each delayed dose event can only be activated once. It will disappear after 3 times. And I don't have that much time to wait for 3 rockfall events. I must accumulate enough rockfall points here. That means I need to earn enough money. At night, Longqing is full of lights and entertainment. Clubs are everywhere. It exudes a sense of decadence. At this moment on the rooftop, Red Ghost is telling Lian the story of Dragon City. Dragon City is a notorious no man's land. Every year, countless fugitives escape here. They either become enforcers or step into the ring. Here, the committee is law, and Taisui is the enforcer of the committee, overseeing the fights. Fighting here is basically working under Taisui for survival. The real boss behind all the businesses in Longqing is Taisui. As long as you follow Taisui, money, women, whatever you want, you can have. But what Leon cares about isn't any of that. What he needs most right now is money. He asked Hong Gi about the payout for fighting in the ring, and Hong Gi's answer was, Li Yan realized that gathering 300 Yan Fu Ding points within a month wouldn't be easy. The dark alley emitted a nauseating smell. While searching for her dorm, Li Yan encountered a girl about 13 or 14 years old. "Little girl, do you know where room 413 is?" Faced with Li Yan's question, the girl's eyes showed a mix of caution and a hint of fear, but she still led Li Yan to her residence. Li Yan thanked her in return, handed a piece of milk candy to the little girl. Just as the little girl hesitated to take it, a woman's voice suddenly came from the nearby room. The little girl hurriedly said goodbye to Li Yan and ran back home. Li Yan opened the door and directly lay down on the bed, reminiscing about Toadie's experiences. Slowly, he fell asleep in the late night at a gambling den. A middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes pulled out a box from his pocket. He asked how much it was worth. The wooden box opened, revealing a piece of pale yellow rice paper. It depicted a vividly lifelike Kui bull. It turned out to be a fragment of the record of Go Chen. Can you believe it? The male lead was actually noticed by this sexy, enchanting and alluring rich woman. Just now, Li Yan's palm struck downwards, hitting the opponent on the head. Then, with another punch, she knocked the opponent away, rendering him unconscious. This was already the 5th boxer she had defeated today. This matter is already quite obvious. Li Yan is not at the level of Class 4. It's no longer suitable to stay in Class 4. The red ghost is leaning against the ring, waving his hand to signal Li Yan to switch out. He said if you keep fighting like this, even an idiot wouldn't fight with you. Come with me. It's your last match today. Go work at a big factory. After saying that, Red Ghost flicked his cigarette. He led Li Yan to the Fuyi building. The Fuyi building is located on Longjin Road. It's a towering dark green building. Only the wealthy and powerful can come to Fuyi building to see the spring. A night here costs at least 1 or 2 million. But if you want to establish yourself here, we must find a big financial backer to support the event. Soon, Hongyi took Li Yan into a luxurious private room. Once inside, they saw a woman in her 30s lounging on the sofa. She had big, wavy hair, long legs and a slim waist, seductive phoenix eyes, her red lips slightly curled. She exuded countless charms. Seeing the red ghost come in, the woman said with dissatisfaction, "Red ghost, your dead ghost finally shows up. Is it because you know I came to Dragon City that you're deliberately avoiding me?" This woman's name is Zhu Dias. Her husband was a gentleman during his lifetime, worth over 100 billion. Ever since her husband died, Judy has been obsessed with violence and bloodshed. Now she's become the biggest sponsor of the Dragon City arena. The Red Ghost immediately put on an innocent look, explaining that he was out looking for a new recruit for her. Then he quickly pulled Li Yan over. Li Yan forced a smile and greeted her. Judy looked Li Yan up and down. He softly said, "You look decent enough, but I wonder if you're all show and no substance. Don't embarrass me by getting knocked out in 1 or 2 rounds. That would be a loss of face for me. Why not let Ah Hong fight instead? Whatever it costs, sister, I'll support you." Before Hongyi could reply, Li Yan laughed and said, "Judy, you're joking. The Red Ghost is my boss. If the boss has to step in personally, then I might as well jump into the sea." Hearing this from Li Yan, Judy showed a sweet smile. She stood up directly from the sofa and leaned forward. She was almost pressed against Li Yan. She whispered, "If you can hold on, sister will definitely take good care of you." Li Yan's temples twitched slightly, but his face still wore a smile. It didn't show at all. Then, the Red Ghost pulled Li Yan toward the boxing ring, not forgetting to tease him along the way. Zhu Daji is a big shot in the perfume industry. If I get close to him, he'll definitely rise to prominence. Li Yan knows, as long as I win today's match, I can establish myself firmly in 6th places. I must show my skills. That way, I have the chance to earn 3 million from this woman worth billions. Standing on the boxing ring, Li Yan looked at her final opponent of the day. His complexion was somewhat pale. He was dressed in a training uniform. His expression was cold. This man's name is Cheng Funan. He is a wanted serial killer from the East. He is skilled in daggers and firearms. He has mastered the Okinawan Goju Ryu karate techniques. And tonight, before Li Yan, he has already won 3 matches in a row. The 3 opponents are either seriously injured or dead. As the white towel falls to the ground, Li Yan immediately rushed forward. His right hand swept out like lightning, striking Cheng Hunan's arm used for blocking. His left palm sliced toward Cheng Hunan's neck. Cheng Hunan sidesteps to dodge. He twists his waist. His left arm crashes into Li Yan's arms. His right hand extends forward. He directly grabs Li Yan's right shoulder. At this moment, Judy is staring intently at Li Yan on the ring. Anan is worried for him. He knows what happens when an opponent is caught by Cheng Hunan. Without exception, they were all defeated by his joint muscles. This is the critical moment of the match. At the instant he grabbed Li Yan's arm, a slight smile appeared on Cheng Hunan's lips. Unexpectedly, Li Yan's right leg suddenly kicked upward, swinging the lifted shoulder fiercely into Cheng Hunan's chin. The kick forced Cheng Hunan's head to tilt back, and his right hand immediately let go of Li Yan's arm. The red demon in the audience saw Li Yan's performance. This kid is ruthless. I heard he spent quite a few years in Guangdong. It seems his understanding of southern martial arts is no less than his southern peers. At this moment, Li Yan's eyes flashed with a golden light. He grabbed Cheng Hunan's wrist. He said, "The hard, soft style comes from southern white crane fist. Today, I'll let you pay respects to the Grandmaster." Li Yan's fingers formed a shape. His left hand's 3 fingers were together, resembling a bird's beak. Like an iron cone, he jabbed it toward Cheng Hunan's armpit. Cheng Hunan did not retreat. Enduring the excruciating pain, he lunged into Li Yan's embrace. He opened his mouth to bite Li Yan's ear. Before Cheng Hunan could get close, Li Yan's right elbow had already fiercely slammed into Cheng Hunan's face. Li Yan's hands moved like swords. His fists slammed down on Cheng Hunan like a raging storm. As Li Yan's fists slowly came to a stop, Cheng Hunan fell heavily to the ground. He was silent. A roar of screams and shouts erupted from the audience below. The spectators in the stands were in a frenzy, shouting for Li Yan to come for another round. At this moment in the box seats, Judy, watching Li Yan, has a flushed face. He is drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with a hazy look. This might be the most cowardly gang I've ever seen. He actually wet his pants from being scared by Li Yan's move. Just a moment ago, Li Yan easily defeated Cheng Hunan in the ring. He arrived at the bathroom. Li Yan calmed himself down. It was the first time in his life he had killed someone. For someone like Cheng Hunan, he felt no sympathy. He understood that this was not a place for mercy. A tiger finds no valleys beneath its gaze. Before the charging troops, all are obstacles. Repeated these 2 sentences silently several times, secretly resolved to make up my mind. Since I've come here, the 3 million ancient novels and records might have more to offer. I must get all of them in my hands. Upon entering the break room, Li Yan noticed that everyone inside was radiating a red glow. This should be the special ability of the Yanfu walking. People who are hostile toward themselves emit a red aura. The stronger the threat, the darker the color. When Li Yan appeared, the red ghost immediately took out a stack of cash and gave it to him. He said it was from Ju Di. He told him to buy some better clothes. Tomorrow he would accompany Zhu Diz, and he reminded Li Yan to open an account to receive payment. They put the money they won from the tournament. After reminding each other of some trivial matters, they took Li Yan to eat late-night snacks. Through these days of contact, Li Yan also felt that this young man named Hongyi was much more personable than he had thought. The two didn't go to a high-end place, but instead came to a hot pot stall in a small alley. After a few drinks, the two were having a great conversation when a commotion caught Li Yan's attention. A young man with a nose ring was pointing at the wet spot on his pants. He was angrily scolding a 13 or 14-year-old girl. The girl kept apologizing repeatedly. At this moment, Li Yan also recognized the girl. It was Shu, the neighbor who had guided her before. The man with the nose ring waved his hand. Axu instinctively dodged. This made the man even angrier. A heavy slap landed on Axia's face. Tears welled up in the corner of Axia's eyes from the pain. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Just as the man raised his hand again, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his wrist. Next, a size 42 footprint appeared on his face. The tremendous force sent him flying out. Li Yan smiled and stood in front of Shu. He softly said, "It's just some water. Can I apologize on behalf of the little sister?" At that moment, a dozen young men holding machetes suddenly stood up around Li Yan. Each of them glared at Li Yan fiercely. At this time, the man with the nose ring also stood up. He took a machete from one of his underlings. Pointing at Li Yan, he angrily said, "You dare to hit someone from Shunchang, so eager to play the hero? Huh? If you have the guts, kill me with one slash." Before the guy with the nose ring could finish, Li Yan suddenly raised his hand and knocked the knife away. He grabbed the machete and slashed at the guy with the nose ring. The sound of the blade tearing through his collar made the guy with the nose ring break down instantly. He collapsed to the ground in fear. A warm liquid flowed out from the crotch of the pants. At this moment, the red ghost also looked over. With a grim face, he said, "The mafia, huh? So scary. Are they going to cut someone?" The guy with the nose ring looked over. It turned out to be the red ghost. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Trembling, he said, "Brother Red Oni, you're here too." Red Oni, while eating, said, "I come here often. The young lady works hard. The spilled stuff isn't worth compensation. Pack up the tables and chairs and leave." The guy with the nose ring felt as if pardoned. He went to apologize to Shu with a pleasant expression. After speaking, he left the hot pot restaurant in a hurry with his gang. The two continued eating for a while. Before leaving, Red Ghost handed Li Yan a mobile phone. He told Li Yan to dress nicely tomorrow. Wait for her call to meet you, dear. After parting, Li Yan waited until Chu finished work. Then he took her home. When Li Yan returned home, he was in so much pain that cold sweat was pouring down. This deep, bone-crushing pain made Li Yan look somewhat deranged. Another wave of excruciating pain hit. Li Yan could no longer endure it. She collapsed straight to the ground. She fainted. They say old friends meet old friends and shoot each other in the back. This saying is absolutely true. Just now, the intense bone pain made Li Yan faint. After a long time, Li Yan slowly regained consciousness. The bone pain gradually subsided. He hurriedly took out painkillers and swallowed them. He thought to himself that just the scare made his ribs start to hurt. He had a little drink with the red ghost. The backlash is getting worse. I have more than 30,000 on me. plus the 50,000 I won from the whole tournament. That gives me 13 points of Yanfudian. Looks like I need to exchange for the stem cell enhancer first. Otherwise, if I relapse in the ring, that'll be trouble. And there's still no clue about the ancient book mentioning Gao Chen Lu. Lying in bed, I thought about the current situation. Gradually, I fell into a dream. That night, Li Yan, who had spent the day on a date with Zhu Dai, got off the bus. Kowloon Ward city was still as cramped and dark as ever. I had long grown accustomed to the violent incidents often seen on the streets. I wasn't surprised by them anymore. At that moment, Li Yan just wanted to go home and rest. Surely, there was no room for sentiment on stage. While passing through the alley, a hurried figure bumped directly into Li Yan. Li Yan instinctively grabbed the person's wrist. Unexpectedly, the person reacted the same way and grabbed her wrist. Li Yan was secretly startled. This was a military grappling technique. The two of them let go simultaneously, stepped back a bit. The man was in his 30s, wearing a worn-out suit, with neatly trimmed short hair. There was a noticeable scar on his cheek. The man smiled awkwardly and greeted Li Yan. Through the conversation, they found out the man's name was He Andong. He and Li Yan can be considered half-fellow townsmen. He brought a few brothers to Hong Kong to see if there are any opportunities to make money. Xiangtan is bustling. Li Yan's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Hong Gi. He reminded Li Yan that a group of robbers was hiding in the apartment he was staying in. The police had already been informed. Let Li Yan be careful. Try not to go out. Upon hearing this, Li Yan hurriedly hung up the phone. He chuckled to He Andong, saying a friend had too much to drink. But He Andong next to him had already heard everything clearly. At that moment, a Shu, who had come out to look for a cat, appeared in front of the two. Seeing a Shu appear, Li Yan was startled. He quickly squatted down and asked of Shu, "Do you have any change? Can you help Yanji buy some candy on the street?" Shu nodded obediently and ran to the street corner holding the cat. Watching a Shu leave, Li Yan slowly turned around. Unbeknownst to him, He Andong behind him had a gloomy expression. A dark gun barrel was pressed against Li Yan's head. "Forgive me, brother. I didn't want this either." Li Yan bit his lip and remained silent. He Andong held the gun steadily. It was clear he had undergone long-term training. At this moment, red light flickered in Li Yan's eyes. A fleeting glance. Target locked. He Andong Ying received the following information. He Andong from Xinglin is exhausted. Minor injury, proficiency in firearms, 39%. Skill, well-trained. Comprehensive combat capability enhanced. Threat level crimson. Even with the help of the system, Li Yan didn't do anything. He knew if he made any sudden moves, He Andong would pull the trigger without hesitation. And his skills in Bagwajan Mini Fist and 81% breastfeeding talent were all useless in the face of firearms. Then He Andong led Li Yan through several twists and turns to a nondescript clinic. As soon as they entered, He Andong instructed his underling to tie Li Yan's hands with a rope. Li Yan thought to himself, He Andong really is quite cautious in his actions. The doctor in the room saw He Andong bring another person in and started to complain. He Andong smiled and said he would leave more money. The doctor immediately changed his attitude, saying that they were all friends. We should help each other. But I didn't expect that just after turning around, he would directly meet his end in the northwest. This man is really impressive. He actually took down 4 ruthless bandits with his bare hands while trapped. Just now, he and Don speculated that the police could find them so quickly. This doctor is the most suspicious. Ditches Ivory, without hesitation, sent the doctor away. He told the brothers to move immediately. Li Yan secretly thought that this person was a character like Anton, tough and decisive. If we don't leave now, once we're blocked, it will be impossible to escape. One of the middle-aged men, named Zhao Cheng, pointed at the young man lying on the bed and asked, "What about Xiao Jin?" Anton quickly walked over and held Xiao Jin's hand. He told Xiao Jin that if he didn't become a pirate in Hong Kong, he wouldn't be sentenced to death. He hoped Xiao Jin would stay for treatment. When the heat dies down, he would break him out of prison. Xiao Jin was speechless, his face growing paler as he listened. "I can't believe this is the person I trusted the most, my big brother." At this moment, a man next to him shouted out loud, "We all put our lives in your hands, and this is how you treat your brothers." He pulled out a gun and pointed it at He Andong. He Andong raised his hand and pressed the gun barrel against the man's forehead. They started arguing. The man was furious. He kicked the suitcase on the table to the ground. He shouted angrily, "What's the use of grabbing if you can't spend it? What good is it?" A pile of brand new Hong Kong dollars scattered everywhere. There were also 2 yellowed sheets of rice paper that fell to the ground. Li Yan looked at the situation. He knew the opportunity had come. He smoothly picked up the scalpel from the plate like it was second nature. In one swift motion, he restrained Zhao Cheng. Then he stabbed the scalpel directly into his neck. He said to He Andong, "If I pull out the knife, he'll be dead immediately. Step back." At this moment, everyone stopped arguing. They all pointed their guns at Li Yan. The situation was at a complete standoff. A long time later, concerned about brotherly feelings, He Andong finally compromised and said, "Fellow townsmen, I admit defeat today. I'll count to 3. We'll both drop our guns. How about you let the person go?" Li Yan readily agreed, but kept his eyes fixed on He Andong. Carefully observe any of his movements. 1, 2, 3. Just as He Andong's voice fell, he directly threw the handgun forward. Li Yan immediately drew the scalpel. Zhao Cheng's eyes had already lost their luster. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. He Andong crouched and rolled forward. He swiftly picked up the handgun. Raise his hand and aim. The movement is swift and seamless. Just as He Andong reaches for the handgun, Li Yan twists his wrist, cutting the rope. He grabs a broken scalpel blade and throws it at He Andong. The blade pierces straight into his palm. He Andong winces in pain. The pistol fell to the ground. Li Yan forcefully pushed off the ground with his legs and lunged forward. His knee struck He Andong's throat. It sent him flying. As soon as he landed, he leaped towards another armed man. That man instinctively prepared to shoot, but with a flash of brilliance, Li Yan, he barely dodged the bullet. With a wave of his hand, the man was killed instantly. At this moment, He Andong watched as his partner was killed. His eyes were bloodshot, enduring the pain. He tried to reach for the gun that had fallen beside him. Li Yan didn't hesitate. He picked up the scalpel from the table and prepared to end He Andong. Suddenly, Li Yan felt her legs were unsteady. Xiao Jin on the bed actually hugged her legs with both hands. She wanted to buy time for he and Dong to escape. Li Yan turned around and swung her hand. The scalpel, held in reverse, stabbed into Xiao Jin's temple. Xiao Jin's death bought he and Dong precious time. At this moment, he had successfully grabbed the pistol from the floor. Li Yan jumped. The scalpel in his hand stabbed downwards. He and Dong also raised his arm. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at Li Yan. With a bang, the gun fired. The entire room fell silent. The system voice echoed in Li Yan's mind. This glimpse of surprise lasted 9 minutes and 43 seconds. Failed to identify the target's weakness. Spent 5 evade points to break the lock on the target. Target eliminated. Can you believe it? Such a delicate and beautiful woman has such a unique hobby. Just now, Li Yan took out 4 armed criminals in just a few minutes. Arrived at Longcheng police station. Li Yan, who just finished giving her statement, sat on a bench in the hallway, processing the information she just learned. It turns out Anton's group robbed the bank and stole a batch of antiques. Those fragments were originally supposed to have 5 pieces for auction, but unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, they ended up accidentally obtaining 2 pieces, which should have been lost without a trace. Will the remaining 3 pieces be disposed of by them? And I unexpectedly obtained 2 fragments. This officially initiated the current event. According to the system's task prompt, the most important thing about this event is to awaken the remnants of the bewitching bird. If the task fails, the points and purchasing rights obtained from this task will be erased. The more fragments you obtain, the greater your earnings will be at settlement. Fortunately, if fragments appear within 5 kilometers, the system will issue a notification. Otherwise, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. It seems I need to look for other leads. After leaving the police station, I saw the red ghost waiting for him. Trouble your red ghost. Brother has made a call to the Tai Su. Otherwise, how could you come out so quickly? Judy helped you pay the bail. He's waiting for you outside. You should thank him properly. Looking at Li Yan's unwilling expression, the red ghost hurriedly added that the person's worth is in the billions. Long legs, big chest, and a perky face. Even if I go after you, you're still unwilling. Just like this, Judy linked arms with Li Yan, as if they were a couple going shopping. At night, in a high-end restaurant, Li Yan sat opposite Judy's. Judy looked at the suit he had personally picked for Li Yan with satisfaction, while Li Yan felt a pang of heartache inside. The price of this suit is comparable to that of enhanced leaf cells. Looking at Judy's handsome face, Li Yan gently asked Judy how much he knew about her. How much do you know about me? I can understand why someone would spend money to support a boxer, but I really don't understand why a woman would invite a murderer who just killed 4 people to dinner. Judy did not answer Li Yan's question. Instead, he asked Li Yan when the red ghost introduced him. It was probably something like the big boss of Rongcheng. What did you think when you first saw me? Li Yan lit a cigarette slowly and said, I thought, this woman is worth billions. If I ever hit rock bottom, I'd just kidnap hers, and any ransom would be enough to live the rest of my life. Judy's expression flickered with surprise. She gazed at Li Yan with a dazed look. With a faint smile, she said, although it's a bit hurtful, I like honest people. If you really kidnapped me, just for money, it's that simple. As she spoke, she lifted her high heel, hooking the hem of Li Yan's pants. Zhu Di tilted his head. The leader dragged his face, looking at Li Yan with a dazed expression. He continued to talk about bloodlust and violence. Some people feel fear or even disgust in the face of these things, but others become deeply fascinated by them. I belong to the latter. After saying this, he wore a rosy expression and beckoned to Li Yan with his finger, leaning forward, her eyes shyly gazing at Li Yan. She lightly licked her lips. A breath of sweet fragrance sprayed on Li Yan's face. She softly said, "The first time I saw you boxing that day, I was so excited." Li Yan uncontrollably swallowed a mouthful of saliva, instinctively pulling back. This woman is truly not an ordinary character. With just a few words, she had completely flustered him. Seeing this, Zhu Di started to smile foolishly. The banquet concluded. Li Yan walked alone in the dark alley. Suddenly, a burning pain surged in his chest. The system prompted. Fragments of the novel Go Chenru are incomplete. Location has been reported. Please stand by to receive. A 3D map suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a full view of Kowloon walled city. The target was only 100 meters away. Li Yan stared intently at the target and sprinted towards it. He dashed through 7 or 8 narrow alleys. The system's voice chimed again, signaling the end of the report. Duration 1 minute. Although we didn't catch her, at least we confirmed. There are still 2 fragments in the village. Can you believe it? This sweet, innocent-looking girl next door is actually the mastermind behind Dragon City. At this moment, Li Yan is holding 2 fragments, murmured the bewitching bird. Huh? Qigongshi, and that fat guy who calls himself Mo. They must all be heretical figures from Chinese mythology, right? Could they really exist? If not, that fat guy still actually brought me to Kowloon walled city. The effect of that fleeting glimpse was indeed quite amazing. And then there's the voice calling itself Yanfu Xingzhao. What exactly is Yanfu? And the person holding the fragment. When I get close, he moves away. When I ignore him, he sneaks back over. It seems the one holding the fragment, they also know of my existence. This means I am not the only one walking this world as a prolonged being. The other party is so cautious in their actions. It seems they are not easy to deal with. Those who can become prolonged beings are clearly not to be underestimated. Now, I don't have many points left. I can only buy the ES hematopoietic cell enhancer for now, so I won't have a flare-up on the stage. That would be a hassle. I spent 10 points right away to buy an S hematopoietic cell booster. This thing works instantly. Before long, Li Yan felt her eyelids getting heavy. She slowly drifted into sleep. The next day, when Li Yan opened her eyes again, she could feel an overwhelming sense of refreshment with every breath. There was no trace of illness left in her body. It was as if she had completely recovered. Li Yan stood up. Her palms faced one forward and one backward. She positioned her feet and locked them in place. With a sudden burst of strength, her inner energy flowed. The force of her fist was like a dragon. A powerful force slammed into the wall, causing a loud bang. And at that moment, in a VIP room at Pui Tower, Red Ghost was holding a stack of documents, carefully reviewing them, and asked the middle-aged man across from him, Chu Tianchi, actually had Tai Shui meet him on purpose. What's the background? The middle-aged man is named Liu Zizong. He is the first boxing promoter of Kowloon walled city. Looking at the information on the table, Liao Jizong softly said that the Tai Sui specifically came to see him, mainly because of his grandfather, Shu Shangtian. Shu Shangtian was a direct disciple of IP Man, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Wing Chun. Once had 32 consecutive wins in the Kowloon Walled City Ring, beat everyone in Kowloon Walled City so badly that no one dared to enter the ring again. The underground ring of the building. Li Yan sat in the stands. He watched intently below. In the fight, Xiao Zhou faced a Vietnamese veteran. Both sides wielded weapons. The veteran held 2 tri-edged military knives, but Xiao Zhou is leading a team of paper tigers. Compared to weapons, Xiao Zhou's paper tigers are somewhat at a disadvantage, but looking at the current situation, Xiao Zhou still has the upper hand. Just as Li Yan was engrossed in watching, a long, fair hand tapped Li Yan's shoulder. "Hey, do you mind if I sit next to you?" Li Yan looked up. It was a woman in sportswear. Her features were delicate. Her eyebrows and eyes were long and slender. A long ponytail reached down to her waist. Li Yan smiled slightly at the woman, unfazed. The woman lazily stretched her body. Her long legs were perfectly toned, without an ounce of excess fat. The perfect body proportions were on full display. The woman sat next to Li Yan. She took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket. She took a sip from it. The strong scent of liquor wafted out. Li Yan was also taken aback. He chuckled and said, "Not many women like to drink baijiu. Looks like she can't kick this bad habit." The woman calmly watched the two in the ring. She slowly spoke, saying that in her hand was the culmination of the power of Wen Sheng. The illegal moves are actually the crying cicada dragon eyes from the Taiji plum blossom mantis style, and the Wen Sheng fist, long bridge stance, horse stance, mantis fist. It's rare for someone to blend these so seamlessly into daily life. You could say he's mastered the art. This kid really is a genius. Here is some science for you. Xiao Zhou introduces his Du family fist, one of the 4 famous boxing styles of Shandong. It is also known for its reputation as the refined Wen Sheng fist. So, the Wen Sheng fist the woman mentioned is actually the Du family fist. At this point, Xiao Zhou has clearly gained the upper hand. His right foot steps forward, and his knee presses into the crook of his opponent's knee. The veteran loses his balance, exposing a flaw. Xiao Zhou threw a fierce punch, sending the opponent flying, securing victory. Seeing Xiao Zhou had already won, the woman murmured to herself, "The old master of Bagua Palm under Red Ghost's command was ruthless and impressive, even above this person, but subdued by their aura. Li Shu is just a paper tiger. If this person sees through the illusion, the outcome is still uncertain." Hearing the woman muttering to herself, Li Yan's heart suddenly sank. She asked, "Do you really enjoy watching fights?" The young lady seems to have a deep understanding of traditional martial arts. The woman smiled lightly. "In my youth, I studied under the famous Baguazhang master, Zhang Chenjing. He can be considered a successor of Baguazhang in film and television." Li Yan then tentatively asked about the person he mentioned earlier who performed Baguazhang in the ring. "Can you introduce him to me?" The woman cupped her face in her hands. She softly replied that he didn't perform today. "Moreover, I didn't pay attention to his looks. I only remember that his style wasn't authentic Baguazhang. It should come from a few scattered families in the north. This person will be plagued by evil. Brother, you should be cautious if you want to buy him." Li Yan pondered for a moment. He asked, "Miss, may I inquire about Fang Ming?" The woman tilted her head. With a friendly smile, she looked at Li Yan and said, "My surname is Yu. I'm called Yu Shu. People in the Five Elements often call me Taisu." Li Yan felt a sudden shock in his heart. "Are you kidding me? This girl is actually Tai Sui. Can you believe it? The mastermind behind Kowloon Walled City is actually a sunny girl." Just now, Li Yan looked at the nearby elm tree in surprise. He never expected that his boss would be a woman. The elm tree looked at Li Yan. With a light laugh, he said, "Even if it's unexpected, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Before Li Yan could speak, a charming voice interrupted. "His name is Li Yan. How could the mighty Taishan of Kowloon Walled City not recognize his own subordinate?" Judy approached with a broad smile. A figure with curves, a charming face, attracted all the gazes of the gamblers around. She sat directly next to Li Yan. She hooked her arm around Li Yan's. She said, "You don't even know your boss. Did Hongyi not tell you?" Yushu tilted her head. He looks at Li Yan. "So you're the heart and soul of Red Ghost. I thought you were just here for fun. Kai and the people from Rui Tower all call me Taishui. You can call me that from now on." Then he looks at Judy and says, "Long time no see." Madame Deng and Judy's faces both looked the same, but they forced a smile and said, "Long time no see. Taisui is still so beautiful. But for women, it's still good to dress up a bit." Mrs. Deng is right. I remember that line. If Mrs. Deng has any suitable cosmetics, please recommend them to me. Mrs. Deng, listen to these few words. Judy sighed, displeased. "I made plans with Ayam, so I have to go." I left with Li Yan shortly after. We arrived in the private room. Judy angrily threw her handbag on the floor. Fuming, she said, "This woman must have called me that on purpose." Li Yan picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Judy. With a light laugh, she said, "Even though we haven't known each other for long, this is the first time I've seen you so angry." She took the wine glass. With a sour expression, she asked Li Yan, "It's the first time I've met your boss behind the scenes. How is she? Pretty?" Li Yan said seriously. "She's my big boss. Of course, she's beautiful, but she's still not as good-looking as you, Zhu Li." Zhu Li didn't say anything, looking at Li Yan. I couldn't help but think that if Tai Sui can make the Red Ghost follow him loyally, I can make Li Yan submit as well. Then I pulled Li Yan to the window. I whispered, "Do you know? Recently, a lot of newcomers have arrived at Kowloon Walled City. They are all fierce." Then I nodded toward the arena below. At this moment on the stage, a fight had just ended. A man was lying on the ground, blood gushing out from a wound on his neck. It was clear he wouldn't survive. His opponent was standing nearby. He wasn't very tall, wearing a grotesque light rail mask. The weapon in hand resembled a smoking pipe. The outer side of the pot has a steel edge. It is entirely forged from pig iron. It gleams with sweat and drips with fresh blood. It looks quite bizarre. Li Yan was somewhat surprised. It turned out to be the blue-faced old man. This is a unique weapon of the Northern Foot-style boxing. Although it is similar to a cigarette, it is truly a deadly weapon. Judy stood beside Li Yan. He whispered that the newcomer is called Wu Errol. He refers to the place as He Chang Hong. He is quite arrogant. To be honest, Ayang How confident are you against him? Li Yan said with a faint smile. If it upsets Zhu Li, then I'm definitely 120% sure. Zhu Li burst out laughing, thinking Li Yan was joking. Then he picked up the videotape on the table, intending to show Li Yan his usual boxing style. Li Yan directly pressed down on his hand, embracing Zhu Li from behind. I said seriously, 12 is 12. Zhu Li looked at Li Yan and closed his eyes. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, he gave Li Yan a quick kiss on the cheek. Yan suddenly froze. Taking this opportunity, Zhu Li escaped from Li Yan's embrace, muttering softly, "That jerk thinks he can hit on me. He's not ready for that." At that moment, the system voice suddenly sounded. "Report received from Gu Chenlu. Please be aware and stand by." Li Yan was startled. He rushed to the window. He looked down at the boxing ring below. Down below, number 52 had already taken off his light rail mask. A young, innocent face was revealed. He looked at the glass in front of the fourth floor box, with disbelief at Li Yan behind it. Li Yan smiled. He mouthed the words, "Hello." Both initiated a fleeting glance at the same time. Both systems chimed simultaneously. "You have discovered a companion. Can you believe it?" The boy standing before you, small and innocent looking. He turns out to be a ruthless killer without a blink. On the rooftop of the service building, Li Yan quietly analyzes the situation before him. The companion he just discovered is named Zhang Minjuan. The only information obtained so far is a skill level of 69% in ancient martial arts and a fleeting glimpse of his skills. There is nothing else known. The term companion refers to a comrade. It's a synonym for walking together. It refers to a potential conflict of interest, but with other walkers who share the same goal. There's no reward for killing your fellow walkers. I checked my progress on this Yanfu incident. For Category 7, I just need to win 2 more rounds. But I only have 2 chapters of the ancient novel Gaoshan Lu, and I'm completely clueless about awakening the remnant soul of the bewitching bird. But there's no requirement to complete it alone. In principle, this task can be completed in collaboration with someone called Wu Ere. But the Yanfu incident also showed that the more fragments obtained, the higher the rewards. There are at most 5 fragments, so how to divide who takes more or less becomes difficult. At this moment, the door on the rooftop was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Mingyuan slowly walked over and stood 2 or 3 meters behind Li Yan. Without making a sound, Li Yan said directly, "I don't like beating around the bush. Everyone came here for their own reasons. We don't need to inquire about each other's pasts. Hand me the 2 fragments in your possession. I'll handle the broken marriage of the bewitching bird. Make the most of this time to earn more points. Just wait until it's time to go." Zhang Mingyuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm not the type to work with others. I don't trust anyone either. Besides, the boss of my factory and the woman from your factory don't get along. Let's settle it on stage. The loser loses everything. The winner takes it all." How did Li Yan know that if they lost the salt bat incident, they would lose the entire match? They would ignore the incident's progress and return directly. They would no longer be able to interfere with anything happening in the Salt Lake incident. It really is betting everything. Seeing that Li Yan remained silent, Zhang Mingyuan became somewhat anxious. He asked again whether Li Yan would agree or not. Li Yanjing snorted and said that Kowloon Walled City was a chaotic place. The game between you and me can become extremely complicated. Although you have practiced martial arts since childhood, your experience is still too shallow. Instead of circling around someone like me, an old hand, it's better to be clean and straightforward in the ring. Are you afraid I won't take the challenge? Li Yan saw right through what was on your mind. Zhang Mingjuan's heart raced, and a slight cold sweat formed on his forehead. Li Yan walked straight past Zhang Mingjuan and said, "Tomorrow, see you on stage." As soon as she finished, Zhang Mingjuan finally felt relieved. Meanwhile, the departing Li Yan also realized the person who had been holding a fragment, appearing distant yet close, was not Zhang Mingjuan. Just as I returned to the door of Judy's private room, a blond man walked out from inside. He looked me up and down. Li Yan chuckled and said, "Is that the King of Hell? I want to see who it is tomorrow." After the King of Hell finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around a charming woman and left. Li Yan was taken aback. Walking into the room, he saw Judy standing by the window. Red Ghost was leaning on the sofa silently. Seeing Li Yan enter, Judy softly asked, "Ah Yan, what kind of weapon do you need? I'll have Red Ghost prepare it for you." At this moment, Li Yan roughly understood the situation. It seemed that the blond man who had just walked out was Zhang Mingjuan's backer. This time, it should be a weapon fight. Zhang Mingjuan's weapon is the blue-faced fool's bagua palm among the rare ones. He has quite a few weapons. Which one should I choose? After thinking for a while, Li Yan spoke. "Brother Red Ghost, prepare a long sword for me. It should be at least 1 meter long. 1 30 meters is the best." The Red Ghost said confidently, "No problem. I will prepare." Zhang Mingjuan is about to duel with Li Yan. What will the outcome be? Follow me as I interpret this divine work. Just how unfavorable is this battle? It hasn't even started yet. Someone is already trying to make the male lead give up the competition. In the evening, the Red Ghost brought Li Yan to an ice room downstairs. The two sat facing each other. They didn't speak. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. The Red Ghost knew that Li Yan's opponent this time was no ordinary character. Feeling somewhat anxious, he asked, "Did you go for the checkup I mentioned a while ago? Did you go?" asked Li soon. Li Yan took the cigarette. He whispered, "Brother Red Ghost, you don't have to be so verbose. I know my own body." Li Yan looked at Brother Red Ghost. He thought to himself, Brother Red Ghost is not a bad person. Whether he is sincere or not, you really take care of yourself. Seeing Li Yan's casual demeanor, Red Ghost felt even heavier at heart. Tai Sui mentioned when you were boxing that you're weak and restless. You'll have evil influences surrounding you. You don't want to talk to me about your issues, and I don't mind. You've only been in the walled city for a few days. I don't want to be collecting your corpse this soon. If it's too much, take a break. I'll handle Judy. Li Yan could feel that Hungi's concern was genuine. He thought to himself, if I could really live here, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad choice. Then he smiled and said to Hongi, "Brother Hong, your personality isn't suitable for being a fighter." Red Ghost smiled self-deprecatingly. Tai Sui said the same thing. "Honestly, if your body can't take it, then don't fight." Li Yan stared into Red Ghost's eyes and said seriously, "Will Tai Sui watch me box tomorrow?" Red Ghost asked, somewhat puzzled. "Maybe I need to see how he arranges it." "What's wrong?" Li Yan took a big gulp of his drink. With a serious expression, he said, "You must make him watch me finish this match." Walking back to the apartment, Li Yan covered his nose and muttered, "Why does the fishbowl smell get stronger in this alley? It's really unbearable." After getting home, he was just about to rest. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Opened the door. A pure and slightly shy face of a Shu appeared in front of Li Yan. She handed the food box to Li Yan and said, "Brother Yan, Mom heard that you live alone. She specially made you some cha siu. Thank you for taking care of me." Li Yan was also not polite. Sometimes he comes home late. Aksu's mother always brings him some food. By the way, Akshu, I noticed your house hasn't turned on the lights at night lately. You're always using candles. Is the light bulb broken? Should I come over and fix it for you? Let's see if it can be fixed. Just in time, I can also visit Aunt Sia. Xiaoyu suddenly lowered her head. Her expression was a bit gloomy. She directly rejected Li Yan. Then she left. Although Li Yan was puzzled by Aksu's attitude, he didn't think much of it. When Aksu got home, she opened the door, and a strong, putrid smell wafted from the room. Aksu walked into the room, her eyes vacant. June 24th, the year of Binyan. A day for funerals, rituals, religious services, and construction. Underground arena. The stands were already packed with people. Li Yan holds a fierce sword. It is 1.3 meters long, 3 inches wide. The blade shines brilliantly. The blood groove is dark. The sword's body is engraved with the words Qi Sheng 1G and the phrase Huan Cheng Ju Long in large characters. Li Yan strikes a pose like a seven-handed swordsman. Indeed, it is a good sword. On the stands, Zhu Di looked worried. He asked Hongyi with some concern, "Where did you get this sword from? Is it reliable?" Hongyi calmly replied, "Don't worry, Zhu Di, this is Tai Sui personal collection. It's stained with blood and carries a fierce aura. It's not a problem." The elm tree on the stands sat among the crowd. He thought to himself that the traitor was fierce. It was exhausting. With his physical condition, he simply couldn't hold on. But that guy didn't seem like a fool looking for death. Could it be that I misjudged him? At that moment, Zhang Mingyuan also came up on stage. She tore off her cloak, holding a blue-faced elder's pole, 90 cm long. The pipe is 4 feet wide. Both ends are wrapped in cast iron mouthpieces shaped like bird beaks, slightly curved, recalling that fleeting glimpse. Seeing that Li Yan's mastery of ancient martial arts was as high as 81%, a full 12 percentage points higher than his own, he knew in his heart that he had to give it his all. Only then would he have a chance to win. Both sides clasped their hands. They introduced themselves. Lion's Gate, Zhang Mingyuan, He Jiang, Li Yan. Zhang Mingyuan held the cigarette holder in one hand. His legs were slightly bent. His right leg drew a circle on the ground. He suddenly pushed hard with one leg. Instantly burst out. A cold gleam flickers in the eyes. The battle between the blue-faced Locke and Li Yan officially begins. Who will be stronger or weaker? Stay tuned for the next episode for more excitement. The battle between the Hejian Beast Fox and the Lion Gates Little Boy has finally begun, and the already advantaged Hejian Beast Fire was unexpectedly disabled in its right arm with one strike. Just now, Zhang Mingyuan held the smoking rod with one hand and applied force with one leg. He leaped forward. The blue-faced elder charged straight at Li Yan's face. Li Yan waved his left hand. With a hooked backhand, he struck the smoking rod. The immense force at the point of contact made Zhang Mingjuan loosen his grip. The attack was deflected. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Yan gripped his sword tightly with his right hand and slashed upward toward Zhang Mingjuan's left arm. The blade gleamed coldly. If this strike succeeded, Zhang Mingjuan would either lose resistance at best or be dismembered at worst. Seeing the situation was critical, Zhang Mingjuan twisted his wrist and tightly gripped the blue-faced hand. He turned and aimed directly at Li Yan's temple. Li Yan hurriedly sidestepped to evade, but his face was still grazed, leaving a wound. He was startled. Indeed, one should never underestimate any opponent. The left hand is slightly bent. The fingers are brought together, pointing like a bird with the wrist of Zhang Mingjuan. Learning the way, Zhang Mingjuan is in pain. The blue-faced lock slips from his hand. Li Yan seizes this moment. With a sweep of his hand sword, he charges toward Zhang Mingjuan's face. It's almost instinct. Zhang Mingjuan relied on his incredible waist strength to perform an iron bridge. He quickly distanced himself from Yu and Li Yan. In Heijian, the Li family's dual weapons mastery fights against the 24 hidden moon techniques. Li Yan gripped the fierce sword with his right hand and grabbed the blue-faced lock with his left. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Although Zhang Mingjuan just dodged Li Yan's fatal attack, his left arm was still cut by the Han sword, leaving a long wound. Blood kept dripping to the ground. In just one round, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Mingjuan's left arm was injured, and his weapon was taken. In the VIP room upstairs, He Chang Hong saw Zhang Mingjuan's defeat, and his face was filled with gloom. In his eyes, Zhang Mingjuan's life was trivial. What he couldn't tolerate was losing face in front of Zhu Di. In contrast, Zhu Di had a smile on his face, no longer worried as before. On stage, Li Yan threw the blue-faced old man in his hand down to the audience. He bent down and charged forward. The eight-sided fierce sword in his palm lunged toward Zhang Mingjuan's legs with a fierce aura. Zhang Mingjuan leaped into the air to evade Li Yan's attack. In midair, he aimed his left foot at Li Yan's sword-wielding hand. His right foot delivered a side kick to Li Yan's face. Li Yan supported himself with his right hand. He twisted his waist. The Han sword drew a circular trajectory. It directly thrust upward. Zhang Mingjuan saw the situation was dire. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely be split in half. With no choice, he could only twist his waist in midair. He flipped and landed on the ground before Zhang Mingjuan could catch his breath. The fierce Han sword had already slashed down towards him. Zhang Mingjuan couldn't dodge in time. A long wound appeared on his right arms, but just as the sword cut through Zhang Mingjuan's arm, not only did he not retreat, he took advantage of the falling Han sword, rushing inside. Seeing this, Li Yan quickly gathered his strength again. The falling Han sword, like a face of fury, rose up again to attack Zhang Mingjuan. Zhang Mingjuan leaped up and landed both feet directly on the sword. The immense force caused the Han sword to fall again, slammed hard onto the ring. At this moment, in Zhang Mingjuan's eyes, an ancient beast emerged. The outcome would be decided now. Zhang Mingjuan rose swiftly, his heels striking Li Yangjian's body. He spun midair and kicked, northern piercing kick, all crispy and pleasant, hanging by the edge. Flowers are hidden everywhere, losing some legs. Li Yan's chin is heavy with legs. His body leans back. Blood drips from the corner of his mouth. The system notification sounds. You have faced the power of the enlightened beast. You have obtained some information. Would you like to spend some verbal points to check? It is on the system dialog box. At this time, Zhang Mingyuan's status has changed to Fury Skill. An additional inheritance of the enlightened beast Fury Spirit has appeared. With every move, he will wield the power of the enlightened beast. Each attack will burn the opponent's soul and can be attached to any weapon. The effect of ranged attacks is only 30% of melee. Li Yan, under immense pain. As soon as he relaxed his grip, a sword fell to the ground. Zhang Mingyuan's toes just touched the ground. He exerted force in his ankle and spun. A heavy kick struck Li Yan's shoulder. A sharp pain suddenly surged through his right arm. Li Yan realized that his right arm was likely useless now. He was also sent flying several meters by the immense force. He crashed heavily against the edge of the arena. The situation reversed in an instant. The battle between Li Yan and Zhang Mingyuan has reached a fever pitch. Zhang Mingyuan activates the power of the enlightened beast inheritance. Can Li Yan achieve victory? Just now, Li Yan had his right arm disabled by a kick from Zhang Mingyuan. Zhang Mingyuan's right foot is surrounded by the power of the enlightened beast, emitting a faint red glow. He kicked up the sword fiercely. With one hand, he thrust it straight at Li Yan. Li Yan's gaze was incredibly indifferent as he stared at Zhang Mingyuan. In an instant, no matter how powerful the beast's strength was, it had to hit to count. Faced with Zhang Mingyuan's attack, Li Yan twisted his body to the right. Like a phantom, he swayed along with Zhang Mingyuan's attack. In an instant, he appeared before Zhang Mingyuan. He stepped forward with his right foot. Turning, he raised his left hand in a Bagua palm stance. 64 secrets not raising his clothes. His fist struck fiercely toward Zhang Mingyuan's chest. Zhang Mingyuan realized it was not good. He immediately recognized that the traitor was not his match. Using Li Yan's strength, he aimed to use his footwork to force Li Yan back. Unexpectedly, as soon as the calf was lifted, it was directly stepped on by Li Yan's right foot on the shin. It turned out to be the ultimate technique of the foot jab, the entangled silk ledge. At the same time, Li Yan raised her palm. Seizing this opening, she delivered a fierce punch to Zhang Mingyuan's chest. In midair, Zhang Mingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, Li Yan transformed her fist into a claw. Grabbing Zhang Mingyuan by the shoulder, he slams him to the ground. With a swift motion of his left hand, he brings down the sword in his hand. The sharp, unmatched blade drives toward Zhang Mingyuan's throat. Seeing the match is already over, the stands erupt in deafening cheers. Although the fight was brief, its intensity and danger far exceeded other matches. Li Yan swiftly withdrew the dagger from Zhang Mingyuan's neck. His cold eyes fixed on Zhang Mingyuan. He asked, "Who is Zhang Dojing to you?" Zhang Mingyuan's expression had turned dazed by then. He involuntarily replied, "She's my sister." Li Yan remained silent for a long while. He grabbed Zhang Mingyuan by the collar and said fiercely, "You broke my right hand. It won't heal in a month, and the consequences will be endless. I should kill you to vent my anger." Then he threw Zhang Mingyuan off the stage. Zhang Mingyuan hit the ground hard. Getting up, he asked indignantly, "How do you know the twisting silk leg of the stabbing foot sect?" Li Yan heard Zhang Mingyu's question. He gritted his teeth and replied, "I'll deal with it when I get home." The red ghost in the private room let out a heavy sigh. His heart, which had been in suspense, finally eased. Judy had a mocking smile on his face. Sweating profusely, he said to the red ghost, "You go out for a moment. Make sure to close the door when you leave." In the restroom, Li Yan endured the excruciating pain, reset the dislocated arm. Looking at herself in the mirror, Li Yan thought to herself, "One more win, and the first task would be complete." "When you dropped your sword, I was really afraid you'd lose." Xiao Zhou's voice suddenly came from behind Li Yan. Li Yan softly said, "Don't you have better things to do? Came specifically to watch my match. Who will you be fighting? A little Wing Chun brat?" Li Yan licked her lips. She turned and looked at Xiao Zhou. "Be careful on the way. Don't let it go wrong." Li Yan has a rebellious personality. There are very few peers in the martial arts world that he respects, but this stubborn and headstrong, cold on the outside, warm on the inside Xiao Zhou is someone Li Yan genuinely admires. In this era where traditional martial arts are in decline, masters like Xiao Zhou are truly a rare breed. Just then, one of the boys outside informed Xiao Zhou that the match was about to start. Xiao Zhou walked slowly towards the door. Suddenly, he turned back and said to Li Yan, "Gongsun Yan, Zhangyi Chengfei, a true man." After saying that, he left without any hesitation. Li Yan opened his mouth. He said, "Wealth cannot be indulged. Power cannot be yielded. Being poor cannot change one's mind. Can't you speak properly? Stop pretending to be an intellectual. You really think I hooked up with you for your money? You're clearly part of a gang, and now you're trying to lecture me off stage." Xiao Zhou is warming up. Behind him, Huashan is still introducing Xiao Zhou to a guy in sunglasses. The manager is still giving Xiao Zhou instructions. This time, this little punk is no joke. His strikes are extremely ruthless. In 10 matches, his opponents are either dead or crippled. Do not show any mercy. Xiao Zhou chuckled lightly. "I've never held back. It's just that there's no need to wipe them out completely." On the stage, Xiao Zhou wasn't holding a paper tiger. He was wielding a 9-ringed broadsword. Standing opposite him was a youth with delicate features. He looks about 18 or 19. It's hard to imagine he's a ruthless character. The young man looked at Xiao Zhou and smiled as he said, "On the boxing ring, life and death don't matter." Xiao Zhou pressed his lips together, sneered coldly, and said nothing, but he clasped his hands in greeting. Around Du Jiaquan, the young Tao's gesture was somewhat similar as he returned the greeting with cupped fists. Yongbu Chun Shu Tianqi. The battle between Xiao Zhou and Shu Tianqi finally commenced. Shu Tianqi also revealed his weapon, the 8 Cuts Blade. The 8 Cuts Blade is a set of knife techniques in Yongchun. It is both a knife technique and a name of the knife. The blade is relatively short. The blade surface is slightly narrow. The edge is sharp and thrusting. The technique is fierce. Every move is lethal. Just at the first move, Xiao Zhou's gaze is slightly tense. He knows this opponent is extraordinary. No longer underestimate. The 9-ring broadsword opens wide. Each move exudes immense dominance. Shu Tianqi's 8/saber is also fast-paced. Both sides strike swiftly. In an instant, the two exchanged several blows. Shu Tianqi's blade is nimble. The speed is slightly better, taking advantage of Xiao Zhou's breath, charging straight at Xiao Zhou. With both eyes and double blades heavy, Xiao Zhou dodges to the side. Shu Tianqi changes his steps, switching from a downward strike to a flick. Both blades rise. Xiao Zhou blocks with a broadsword. Both sides are fighting without holding back. Their figures flicker. Again, it's speed against speed, with the clanging sounds ringing out. In an instant, Xiao Zhou slashes 21 times. Xiao Zhou is indeed fierce. At this moment, Shu Tianqi can only passively defend. He uses dual knives to block. He leaps back with a single knife. He defends all around. Xiao Zhou holds his knives in both hands. He raises them high. Each strike is more vicious than the last. He relentlessly pursues. Shu Tianqi hurriedly retreated. The plum blossom footwork was pushed to the limit. Xiao Zhou's strikes grew faster and faster. The Taiji plum blossom praying mantis footwork, paired with the 9-ring broadsword, left Shu Tianqi terrified. He kept retreating. Suddenly, Shu Tianqi's blade thrust straight at Xiao Zhou's face. Xiao Zhou couldn't dodge in time. A scar was left on his face. Shu Tianqi was also slashed in the chest by Xiao Zhou, using the force of the blade. Shu Tianqi quickly retreated, avoiding the fatal strike. Seeing that Shu Tianqi had retreated to the edge of the ring, with no way out, Xiao Zhou rushed forward. He grips the knife with one hand and slashes fiercely at Shu Tianqi. Shu Tianqi's eyes sharpen. The Biajian Dao closes in on his chest. He swiftly swings it out. The blade flashes. Blood splatters. Xiao Zhou's wrist, holding the large knife, is severed. Taking advantage of this gap, Shu Tianqi rushed forward with a low stance. His twin daggers crossed like butterflies. With a swift motion, he struck hard at Xiao Zhou's abdomen. A large amount of blood sprayed from Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou looked on in disbelief at all of this. The situation, which had just been in his favor, was suddenly reversed. Li Tianqi smiled slightly. He knew he had won. At this moment, Li Yan walked slowly into the medical room, looking at Zhang Mingyu lying in bed, so severely injured. She now seemed completely unbothered. It seemed that this inheritance really had a strong effect on physical improvement. Seeing the nurse place her hand on Zhang Mingyuan's leg, Li Yan smiled meaningfully. He softly said, "Could you please step aside, nurse? I have something to say to her." The nurse immediately pulled her right hand back and glanced at Zhang Mingyuan. She turned and left. Li Yan didn't waste any words either. He reached out directly for the shard. This was also one of the main reasons he came here. Zhang Mingyuan looked at him, slightly angry. He said irritably, "In my arms. My left hand has a fractured bone, and my right hand has a 40-centimeter cut from you. You take it yourself." Li Yan sat down next to Zhang Mingyuan, frowning. He reached into Zhang Mingyuan's arms and took out 2 torn pieces. Then he directly asked, "Is this your first time participating in the salt tax incident?" "The second time," Zhang Mingyuan answered somewhat defeatedly. "Was it a fat guy who brought you in?" Zhang Mingyuan froze for a moment, then answered, "No. The one who brought me in was a beautiful woman he'll never forget." Li Yan thought for a while. Looks like there must be more than one guide. Immediately after, Li Yan threw out a question he wanted to know the most after completing the Yanfu event. What rewards would he receive? This man is so arrogant, bringing hundreds of people to cause trouble. Just now, Li Yan asked Zhang Mingyuan about the rewards for completing the infiltration event for the first time. A hint of fervor flashed in Zhang Mingyuan's eyes as he spoke about the first completion of the Yanfu event. You will definitely receive a rock talisman inheritance. It is a kind of extraordinary power. Li Yan silently lit a cigarette. He bluntly said, "No need for nonsense. Why do we need so many threats? If it were really useful, I should be the one lying here. What else is there?" Zhang Mingyuan shot a glare at Li Yan. He explained the rules of the salt symbol with irritation. It turned out that after the salt symbol event was completed, all actions would be settled. The higher the evaluation, the more salt symbol points you would earn. Higher evaluation would also grant greater purchasing rights, and the most efficient way to increase purchasing rights is to kill. Killing people. Ha. Li Yan took a deep drag of his cigarette. He didn't say anything. Zhang Mingyuan glanced at Li Yan. Then he continued, "In about 1 or 2 hours, the power of the Kaiming beast will dissipate. Your right arm will be fine." Upon hearing this, Li Yan visibly relaxed a bit. There are still a few tough battles ahead. It'll be a problem if your right hand is useless. That's the best news I've heard today. Li Yan stood up. He stared intently at Zhang Mingyuan and asked one last thing. "Was it you playing cat and mouse with me these past few days?" Zhang Mingyuan looked at Li Yan suspiciously. "I don't know what you're talking about. That person definitely wasn't me. What's the deal between you and my sister? Old lovers?" He said that and left the ward without looking back. On the way back, Li Yan was silently impressed by Zhang Mingyuan's physical endurance. He took 3 of his sword strikes, a palm strike and a punch before finally losing his combat ability. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Li Yan glanced at the number. It was Hong Gi's phone. There was a lot of noise on the other end. A pleasant female voice came through. "Yan, is that you? Bring a young man through the back door. If anyone tries to stop you, beat them to death." Li Yan was stunned. It was actually Tai Sui who called. Shin swiftly headed to the boxing ring upstairs. At that moment, a Shanju revealed his lean, muscular physique in the underground ring. The Yasha tattoo on his chest, his eyes wide with rage. Hundreds of gang members surrounded the ring, leaving no space. Hua Shanju, with a grim expression, looked at Tai Sui and said, "If I don't kill him today, no one is damn leaving." Hua Shanju, how impressive. What do you want to do? If you want to stir up trouble, you should know your own limits. At this moment, Li Yan also arrived. He asked in a low voice, "Hongyi, what happened? But why is it such a big deal?" Hongyi said with a dark expression, "Xiao Zhou lost. His right hand was cut off. He got stabbed twice in the belly. His guts were spilling all over the ground. Had the people from Huashanju take him to the hospital. But Liansheng's people started making trouble, demanding an explanation." Li Yan glanced at Huashanju. It was clear he didn't want to see this outcome either, but he didn't say much. Once you step into the ring, no one can guarantee a win. I looked at the red ghost. "Who is the young man you want me to take away?" The red ghost waved his hand. He brought Li Yan to the backstage. Looking at the people inside, he said, "You must safely send this kid out of Kowloon walled city. He cannot die right under our noses." An empty backstage. A young man with his abdomen wrapped in bandages is sitting. His body is covered in scars of various sizes. Among them, his abdomen is the most severe. Seeing Li Yan enter, the young man's eyes light up. He excitedly asks, "Are you the king of hell?" This man is truly formidable. Just a glance scared a group of desperate criminals into fleeing. Just now, Li Yan met the young man who defeated Xiao Zhou backstage. "Can you walk by yourself?" Of course, receiving an affirmative answer, Li Yan walked straight out of the hall through the back door. Meanwhile, the young man following him kept chattering, "My name is Shu Tianxi. If I beat you again, there won't be any more opponents in this ring, right? I've been practicing martial arts for over 10 years, and I've never had as much fun as in the past few days. That guy Xiao Zhou is really tough. His 9-ring broadsword made my arm go numb. But I was still a bit faster." Li Yan suddenly stopped. Although it wasn't a long time, Li Yan had already considered Xiao Zhou as half a friend in his heart. And yet, this Shu Tianxi, who severely injured Xiao Zhou, is still here showing off. "You say you practice traditional martial arts. Do you believe in martial virtue?" Shu Tianxi was stunned and shook his head. "Haha, that kind of thing is so outdated." Li Yan laughed out loud. He suddenly turned around. He raised his leg and side-kicked. Like a tiger descending the mountain, he kicked fiercely at Shu Tianxi, who was still bleeding from his lower abdomen. Shu Tianxi was kicked 1 meter away. He crashed into the wall behind him. Li Yan stood still. He said coldly, "I think so too." Then he turned around and continued walking forward. He didn't want to be turned into meat paste by the person next to Lian Sheng, so he quickly got up and ran away. Shu Tianxi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lian. "I will definitely return this kick to you." I was waiting when suddenly the phone rang. When I answered, a sorrowful voice came through. "You deadbeat, where have you been?" "I've been working." Just like that, Li Yan was talking on the phone with Zhu Di, while taking Shu Tianxi and running away. Near the stairwell, 2 people who were with Lian Sheng were crouching. The 2 looked up and down at Li Yan. As Shu Tianxi walked by, the 2 suddenly stood up and tried to grab Shu Tianxi's shoulder. A shadow flashed by, and a fierce blow hit the man's chin hard. Seeing this, the other instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. Suddenly, there was a flash before the machete. Li Yan executed a side kick. She kicked him hard in the face. Both of them lost consciousness immediately. Just as he picked up the fallen machete, Li Yan, who was still on the phone, saw a group of people with weapons rushing down the stairs. He immediately threw the phone to Shu Tianxi. He leaped into the air and dove down. He kicked directly at the face of a thug with his right foot, immediately followed by a roll. He exerted force from his waist and struck the thug's chest. Then, taking advantage of the recoil, he brought down the last thug. In the blink of an eye, he dealt with 3 people. Shu Tianxi stood by. "The phone in your hand is still ringing. Ayan, what are you doing? Why is it so noisy around you? Are you even listening to me?" Before Shu Tianxi could speak, someone snatched the phone away. In a gentle voice they said, "Sister Zhu Bi, it'll be done here soon. I'll call you later." He hung up right after saying that. He shouted at Shu Tianxi, "Hurry up and go." Meanwhile, at Fuyi, the back door of the building had already been locked with chains. A group of Lian Sheng's men were guarding the door. Seeing Li Yan appear, the leader of the thugs said, "Here he comes." Rustling sounds. A dozen people all stood up. each holding something sharp and shiny. Li Yan and the others slowly walked over. The leader of the thugs had a cold glint in his eyes. He asked his underling, "Ah, Tai, didn't I tell you to get a shotgun from the Vietnamese, just in case? Hurry up and bring it out. Tiger needs time to get guns from the Vietnamese. You're pushing too hard. They still haven't got them yet." Watching the two slowly approach, Tiger seems a bit uncertain. The opponent may be a martial artist, but he was slashed in the stomach by Xiao Zhou. It should be a serious injury. More than a dozen of us even specially brought over a hunting hook lock. There's no reason we can't handle this kid. At this moment, Li Yan looked calm. He emanated a chilling aura. His eyes glowed red. It was as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. Brother Tiger looked at Li Yan, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "You didn't get the gun, did you?" "No, I didn't." Juge glared fiercely at Li Yan. In the end, a word burst out from his teeth: "Retreat." This little brat is actually so arrogant. His injuries haven't even healed yet, and he's already challenging Li Yan. Just now, Li Yan safely sent Su Tianqi out of Longqing City. Now out of danger, Su Tianqi began to complain, signed a death warrant before going on stage. Once on stage, life or death, no regrets. If you lose, you don't follow the rules. It's really pointless. Li Yan glanced at him. He sighed softly in his heart. In this world, there has never been any sense to things. What matters here are human relationships, not rules. Su Tianqi looked at Li Yan. As if he hadn't heard a word, he said. He was so angry his teeth itched. Shouted angrily, 15 days. In 15 days, I will definitely recover. Li Yan didn't respond to Su Tianqi's words. Instead, he turned around and silently left Huashan. Zhu Taisui watched as Lian Sheng's people kept pouring into the fortress. Li Yan sighed. Looks like tonight won't be peaceful. 3 days later, Li Yan arrived at the service building carrying a pile of shopping bags. Hongyi jokingly looked at Li Yan and said, "You look quite handsome. Just got back from a date with Zhu Diz." From Hongyi, he learned that the matter with Lian Sheng had been settled. In these 3 days, various big shots gathered, and the city-state finally made progress under the pressure from all sides. But the one who keeps winning finally chooses to let it go. Inside the Ninjuan training room, Yushu, in her training outfit, perfectly showcases her curvy figure. The aura of a sunny girl is overwhelming. Her youthful face is filled with determination and seriousness. It's hard to believe that such a pure girl is actually part of the gang. "Taisui, you were looking for me." Yushu stood up, looked at Li Yan, and smiled. "Other than Su Tianqi, there's no one else on Longqing's ring who can fight better than you. That kid is just playing around. No matter who wins between the two of you, the champion of the 6th division will be yours. Of course, I have to take care of the future star." Li Yan cupped his hands in respect. "You flatter me, Taishui. How am I qualified to be the champion? Just want to save up for a dowry, then retire back to the countryside." Yushu raised his eyebrows, as if seeing through Li Yan's thoughts. "You don't want to work with me?" Li Yan was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. "How did you leave the service building?" Li Yan asked Red Ghost if he knew which hospital Xiao Zhou was in. Red Ghost gave Li Yan a meaningful look. He smiled. People as sentimental as Li Yan are really rare. St. Mary's Hospital, Hong Kong. Li Yan was carrying a fruit basket. As soon as he reached the door of the ward, he heard Hua Shanji's voice. Xiao Zhou, I see you've been seriously injured by that guy. You acted out of anger without any preparation beforehand. You weren't ready for that at all. Hua Shanju suddenly saw Li Yan walking in from the door. He looked a bit displeased. You really have some guts. Come on, Zhuge. Every grievance has its cause, and every debt has its owner. Xiao Zhou was injured by Shu Tianxi. You can't blame that on me, can you? If you don't mind, let us martial artists have a moment alone. From the moment Li Yan entered, Xiao Zhou's gaze was fixed on him. Hearing this, he nodded slightly at Hua Shangju. Hua Shangju glared at Li Yan. He left with a cold face. Li Yan picked up the fruit knife from the table. He skillfully peeled the apple. How's the injury? Has it left any lasting issues? I received medical attention in time. After the arm was reattached, it might hurt when it rains or is overcast. Just rest in bed for a few months, and it will be fine. Li Yan quietly listened to Xiao Zhou speaking casually, but he understood. His arm was broken. Most of his skills were wasted. Step back. This time, whatever favors you owed them should be repaid. Xiao Zhou gave a weak smile, looking at Li Yan. You came here just to tell me this. Li Yan looked at Xiao Zhou seriously. Yes, I came here to say this. After speaking, she placed the prepared fruit platter in front of Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou shook his head slightly. Take care of yourself, okay? The two sat in silence facing each other. After all, Li Yan and Xiao Zhou did not have a deep friendship to speak of. They merely admired each other. After a while, Li Yan stood up and said goodbye to Xiao Zhou. She prepared to leave. Just as she reached the door, Xiao Zhou suddenly called out to Li Yan from behind. Thank you, Master Li. He left the room. The anger on Li Yan's face faded away. A chance meeting. Both are strangers in a foreign land. Mountains are hard to cross. Who would pity those who lose their way? Xiao Zhou exited the scene, but I'm still on the field. As a martial artist, how long can I hold on to this bit of anger? Some things you need to let go of us. A beautiful woman like her throws herself at you. Would you accept? Just now, Li Yan actually broke up with Zhu Dis. On June 28 of the year of the tiger, a deal is made for marriage. At the No Taboo Wonton Noodle shop, Zhu Di took a deep breath and stared fiercely at Li Yan. Suppressing his anger, he said, "Take back what you just said. I'll pretend nothing happened. I spend millions every night to support you. Even buying a pair of underwear costs thousands. And then you treat me to an $80-something wonton noodle just to break up with me." Li Yan put down the empty bowl he had finished. He wiped his mouth, ignoring Judy's words completely. Judy looked at Li Yan, biting his lower lip, waiting for him to explain, but didn't expect Li Yan had no intention of explaining. Instead, he directly called the waiter for another night. Judy slammed the table and stood up, his eyes almost spitting fire. He spoke to Li Yan in a menacing tone. "Listen to me, as long as I want. Tonight, I can throw you into the sea to feed the fish. I guarantee that by tomorrow, there won't be a person named Yan Wang in Long City. Do you believe it?" Li Yan silently lit a cigarette. He knew this was not the time to be indecisive. He directly said, "Sister Ju Bi, what you said really makes me anxious. Let's settle everything clearly. I haven't let you lose any money throughout the game. The things you bought for me, I've already packed and sent to your villa. We've been together for about 20 days. If it doesn't feel right, let's break up. I haven't played any poker. No one loses out. Don't you think him quite reasonable? Everything is fine. Judy ground his silver teeth together. He took one last look at Li Yan. He grabbed his handbag. Then he turned and left, watching Judy's departing figure. Li Yan felt a bit dazed. He sighed quietly. If we had really tied him up from the start, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. My time in this world is running out. I hope I don't leave too much harm for Judy. And Ashu's matter should also be resolved. 2 days ago, Red Ghost suggested Li Yan move into the service building, but Li Yan refused. There's not much time left. He didn't want to cause any trouble. It was just noon. Walking in the alley of the apartment, Li Yan still felt a chill. A small cat suddenly rubbed against Li Yan's feet. Isn't this the cat from Ayu's house? He glanced at the door of Asia's home. Sure enough, it was open. Li Yan gently pushed the door open. A pungent smell in the room made her frown. The smell of a fishball processing factory. It's so foul and the windows aren't even closed properly. Li Yan set down the cat. She walked over to secure the window. Who are you looking for? The hoarse sound of a radio made Li Yan's hair stand on end. A terrifying face appeared behind Li Yan. At this moment, Ashu discovered that the door at home was open. She was so scared that her mouth dropped open. She hurriedly pushed the door and went inside. Li Yan was standing on a stool, holding the newly replaced light bulb. Ashu, you're back. Just now, your cat, Army, ran outside. I'll bring it back. By the way, he'll help you change the light bulb at home. At this moment, Axiu's mother's voice came from the kitchen. Xiaoyan will have dinner at home later. Okay, sorry for the trouble, Auntie. Li Yan looked at Achu, who was lowering her head in silence. He said with a smile, Ashu, young Jane, here is 100 yuan. Could you go buy some pork? No need. We have some at home. Li Yan squinted her eyes. She seemed to sense something. Before long, a table of delicious dishes was ready. Li Yan didn't eat much. She only had a bit of vegetables. After a brief conversation, the meal was quite harmonious. Li Yan said goodbye to Ashu and her daughter, and returned to the apartment. Li Yan stood for a while, and dialed the number for Hongyi. Is there any vacant room in Hongyi's building? I want to move. Without waiting for the Red Ghost to speak, I directly hung up the phone, sitting on the edge of the bed. Li Yan lit a cigarette, pondering whether there really are ghosts and gods in this world. If there really are, there's no need for me to disturb them, right? What I smelled at Asiu's house was definitely not fish, the smell of fishy decay, but rather the smell of a corpse. Axius' pure image keeps appearing in my mind. I'm very sorry, but he is already dead, and I have to live on. Such a delicate beauty is infatuated with you. Would you be willing? Just now, Li Yan returned to the apartment after saying goodbye to Ashu and her daughter. He picked up the tempting bird from his hand. The fragmented tempting bird's talisman. There still lingered a trace of the soul in the talisman. He longed for a trace of the mother's soul, who was reluctant to leave her children behind to comfort himself. Every encounter in this world is never a coincidence. I think you know what you need to do. Looking at the system's prompt, Li Yan fell silent. Is he reluctant to leave the soul of his children behind? Yan Fu's hint was already quite clear. He needs to use Xiu's mother's soul to complete the Firebird in the unfinished chapter. Xiu, you won't blame Yan Jie, will you? Xiu's figure kept flashing in his mind. Li Yan, this man who decisively kills to survive. For the first time it felt a bit unbearable. It was hard to break apart Xiu and Li Yan's fragmented dream, to shatter that seemingly warm home. At that moment, Li Yan took out the remaining 3 fragments from his chest. A series of messages also popped up. The Kuinius, aggressive assault, was devoured by the bewitching bird, but during the settlement, one could gain a more powerful inheritance or other rewards. Should it devour? It's the gilded rice paper in Li Yan's hand, instantly ignited with pale golden flames. In the air, Li Yan heard continuous, thunderous roars like dragons and tigers. The system's voice rang out again. The bewitching bird devoured the soul of the Kuyoks from the odd workshop. The remnants tonight. Kowloon walled city seems especially peaceful. Service building. Li Yan walked into the room and looked at the cold, menacing weapon on the rackers. A chilling aura surrounded it. The words "Drive the Dragon Around the City" were inscribed. The hidden dragon's energy lingered. Li Yan had already made up her mind. At this late hour, someone took my sword. Yu Shu looked at Li Yan with a calm expression. He waited for her response. Turning to look at Yu Shu, she showed no signs of panic. I have some personal matters to deal with. It has nothing to do with the whole station. Yu Shu walked in slowly and found a chair to sit down. Slightly headache, he said. If you're not in a hurry, let's chat about what's going on between you and Judy. Seeing that Li Yan didn't respond, he continued. You know, women are like this. After a double date, it's easy to lose sight of priorities. It's not easy for me to manage everything. Please understand my situation. It's just a casual game. You won't lose anything. Right? Li Yan looked at Yu Shu oddly. You really think of me as a little wolf dog? Tai Sui and the others all say that the strongest in Kowloon walled city is not the red ghost, it's you. How about we put on some protective gears? Let's spar a bit. Yu Shu listened intently. She tilted her head, smiling as she looked at Li Yan. Well, I see you're quite angry. I'm good at helping people cool down. In a relatively spacious room, the two stood facing each other. Li Yan held the traitor. Tang Guang was radiant, serious expression. He Jian and Li Yan. Please advise, the elm tree holds a dark green-black broadsword. This is indeed the battle body of the Bagua sect. The blade is 5 fingers wide. The blade's surface is mottled. The horsetail falls to the waist. Bagua elm tree, please give me your guidance. And at this moment, in a villa at Repulse Bay, Judy, wearing a turtleneck pajama set, murmured angrily, I won't let him get away with it. Definitely not. Suddenly, the phone rang. The assistant handed the phone to Judy. Judy quietly listened to the voice on the other end. His expression was a bit off. He hung up the phone. Judy gently poured a glass of red wine. His assistant noticed that Judy looked a bit flustered. He quickly asked what was wrong. The stolen goods from the bank robbery have been counted. A few rare pages from a master of the Republic of China are missing. Now someone is offering a high reward for these rare pages. By chance, I saw these unique editions while he was changing clothes. Thinking of this, Judy's face flushed slightly. He softly muttered, "That bastard." On the 30th day of the 6th month in the Binyan year, it is auspicious for burial and longevity tombs. The sky was dim. Li Yan arrived at Xiu's doorstep, holding a hand sword. The fragments of the Huehua bird in his chest grew increasingly hot. It seemed to be craving something. He gently pushed. The door, surprisingly, wasn't locked. It opened directly. A strong smell of blood rushed to his nose. Li Yan's pupils constricted. There are splatters of blood all over the walls. Faint moonlight filters through the window, giving the room a bit of light. Xiu's mother sits motionless in the chair, as if waiting for something. Soon, the eerie atmosphere makes Li Yan break out in a cold sweat. "Aunt, why aren't you asleep so late?" The woman did not speak. The entire room is terrifyingly clean. I walked slowly up to the woman. I held back the stench. I finally saw the woman's face clearly. Her entire face had already begun to rot. Large black necrotic patches were shocking to behold. Some parts of her body were oozing wetness, and maggots were crawling over her. The indifferent woman's tightly shut eyelids suddenly opened. Her withered, foul-smelling fingers grasped Li Yan's neck. Li Yan hurriedly retreated. He drew the sword in his hand. A flash of the sword gleamed. One of the woman's pitch-black, claw-like arms was severed by Li Yan. Li Yan's eyes widened. The blade aimed straight for the ghoul's head. The woman leaped. She narrowly avoided the fatal strike. After landing, she supported herself with one hand. She crawled on the ground in a strange posture. Her eyes glowed red. She stared intently at Li Yan. Li Yan was also taken aback. This was certainly the first time she had encountered such a thing. The woman suddenly lunges forward. Her speed greatly increases. Li Yan shows no intention of retreating. A fierce tiger jumps forward, pressing close to the corpse demon. The blade of the sword pierces directly into the woman's chest. However, the woman seems oblivious to it. She raises her arm to grab at Li Yan. Li Yan intends to withdraw the sword, but he found that the strength in his hands was like a mud ball sinking into the sea. Without hesitation, he released the sword handle. His left leg pushed backward against the ground. His right foot kicked fiercely against the sword handle. The entire Han sword pierced directly through the woman's body. Only the sword handle remained exposed outside. At the same time, the woman's sharp nails left 3 claw marks on Li Yan's face. Eyelid injury. When Li Yan opened his eyes again, the woman was already gone. Without thinking, Li Yan twisted his waist and turned around. Everything swung at his back like a steel whip, but there was nothing behind him. Li Yan gasped heavily, carefully observing the surroundings. He shouted loudly, "Xiu, are you there?" Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. A dark shadow flashed by. A sharp bone knife stabbed into his waist. He instinctively reached back to grab the other person's shoulder, but once again, he touched nothing. He didn't expect this woman to be so fast. Li Yan had no choice but to pull out the sharp knife. A large amount of blood sprayed from the wound, enduring the intense pain. Li Yan said softly, "Auntie, are you angrier than I am? If I were to die like this, wouldn't it be scarier than you? How about we meet again in the underworld?" The room was completely silent. Li Yan cautiously looked around, his eyes unbearably sore, but he dared not blink. Blood on his eyelids slowly trickled into his eyes. Finally, Li Yan couldn't help but blink. In that split second, A rotten, menacing face was almost pressed against his. Li Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood from his tongue. It sprayed right onto the woman's face. The woman covered her face and stepped back. Li Yan pinned her down. I had always heard that the tongue had a miraculous effect in driving away evil spirits. It really doesn't seem to be false. Taking this opportunity, Li Yan acted without hesitation. The bone knife in hand pierced directly at the woman's face. At that moment, a shocked cry came, "Mom!" Li Yan's heart trembled. The sharp knife was retracted in mid-air. It turned around. She forcefully changed her move. With a fierce kick, she sent the woman flying. At this moment, Ah Su's face was pale. She trembled as she held a gun. With red eyes, she looked at Lian. She pleaded, Don't shoot my mom." This woman was truly tragic. To take care of her daughter, she had become a ghost, lingering in the world. Now for her daughter again. She is willing to sacrifice her own soul. Just now, Ah Su trembled as she held a gun and aimed it at Lian, taking a glance. Name, Zhang Changshu. Status, well off. Long-term exposure to parrots has led to the loss of vitality and lifespan. Where did you get that gun? Lian walked toward a shoe with a blank expression. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past her left ear. Without thinking, Lian bent down and lifted her leg. Her high kick struck the corpse ghost's cheek, kicking it aside. With this kick, Lian clearly felt that the corpse ghost was much weaker than before. Aksu closed her eyes in fear. Her pale fingers pulled the trigger, but no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. Lian snatched the gun from Axia's hands, released the safety, and fired a shot into the air. Bang! Axia was so frightened, she collapsed onto the ground. "Let go of my daughter." The ghoul staggered to its feet and roared at Lian, but made no further moves. At this moment, Li Yan's expression was somewhat complex. He remained silent for a moment, then said to Ashu, "Go inside and wait for a while. I'll talk to Auntie." Aksu bites her lower lip, tears in her eyes as she looks at Lion, but her body doesn't move at all. The corpse demon, though hideous, speaks in an unusually gentle tone and says to Aksu, "Good girl, go inside first. Listen to your mother." Ashu hesitated for a moment. Lian grabbed Asiu's arm. She pushed her into the room. She locked the door, then kicked the lock to break it. Meanwhile, Ashu cried and banged on the door. She pleaded with Lian not to kill him. "Mom, why do you have to disturb us? I just want to stay and take care of my daughter." Lian heard the woman's question and fell silent for a moment. Calmly, he said, "Auntie, I must see you on your way today. I will make sure someone takes care of Ashu. It's definitely better than waiting to die with you. I'm here to navigate this mess, to survive too. I have no right to lecture you. Let's settle this with our actions." After saying this, he took out the remnants of the bewitching bird from his pocket. The woman stared intently at the remnants of the bewitching bird. Suddenly, she felt relieved. "You want my soul. It doesn't matter whether it's me or him. I can agree to your terms, but I want you to swear that you'll help me take care of Ashu. I won't make that promise. I'll say it one last time. No matter what, I will do everything I can to take care of Ashu. Believe it or not." Then the woman suddenly looked up. Her eyes emitted a red glow. He shouted loudly at Lian, "Remember what you said." A powerful force of souls surged forth. The light dissipated. The woman's body fell heavily to the ground. The fragment of the bewitching bird in Li Yan's hand changed again. You have awakened the remnants of the bewitching bird's soul. You have completed the most crucial part of this Yanfu incident. You have gained the right to end this Yanfu incident. Please decide whether to end within 10 minutes. Once rejected, it cannot be ended. Only after completing all requirements can you return to the real world. The current unfinished requirement is to reach level 7 at Julong Spring platform. Failure to complete this will affect your settlement rewards. Looking at the fragments of the bewitching bird, Li Yan pressed down, saying now is not the time to end. Refusal to end. At the same time, in a KTV in the walled city, the system notification sounds. The opposing target has completed the critical part of the Yanfu incident. They have obtained the right to end this Yanfu incident. Once the opposing side chooses to end it, it will be determined that you have failed the event. Immediately return to each other. Refuse to end this rock-embedded incident. Handing over fate to others is the most foolish. Walking adult. In the pink light, this young man looks pale. Suddenly, through the glass cup in his hand, he spoke viciously. Fine, then I'll play with you to the end. The final Yumbat Walker has finally appeared, and he even kidnapped Zhu Di. Just now, Li Yan sent off Arxiu's mother. Looking at the fallen woman, he took off his coat, covering the upper body of the corpse. He turned and opened the door. Li Yan fell silent. At that moment, a Xiuyu was curled up in the corner. Her arms hugged her knees. Her eyes were hollow, and the room was filled with corpses, lying in disarray. At that moment, Li Yan suddenly felt heartbroken for the girl before him. He has no idea what this girl has to endure every day. He gently reaches out his hand, trying to pull Akshu up. Akshu suddenly lunges forward, grabbing Li Yan's hand. Her teeth sink fiercely into the back of his hand. Blood flows from where Akshu bit him, but Li Yan's face remains expressionless. He could understand Yesu's helplessness. He gently placed his hand on the girl's head. Come with me. In an apartment in the Fui building, Li Yan leaned against the doorway, sitting on a cigarette butt. Inside the room, Akshu's hair was wet, and she had changed into loose clothing. Stay here for a few days. In a few days, he'll figure out a way to get you out of the walled city. I don't need your help. I don't want to see you again. Akshu's voice was a bit hoarse. It seems she's still angry. Li Yan chuckled. He turned and left the room. I can't stay here much longer. I need to make arrangements as soon as possible. Akshu picked up the phone. She looked at the name Zhu Di on it. How should I start this conversation? After hesitating for a while, she finally dialed the number. Judy, how have you been these past few days? Did you use the recipe I gave you to calm your mind and boost your brain? I flushed the recipe down the toilet, and all those odd scraps of paper you collected, I was going to flush them too. Li Yan was taken aback. He hurriedly asked, What do you mean? Where did you hear that? But Judy didn't respond. He hung up the phone immediately. Li Yan's heart was filled with gloom as he dialed Judy's number again, but couldn't get through. A bad feeling arose. 5 pieces of the manuscript. 4 of them are in his hands. That woman wouldn't have gone to find it, would she? The last card should be in the hands of Yanfu Xingzhao, who has never appeared. In a private room of a bar in Longcheng, a man in a dark pinstripe suit and gold-rimmed glasses, is eating cake. No one would guess that this man is associated with Liansheng, the rising star on the underworld scene. They call him Ayu. Ayu glanced at the female bodyguards around him, who were staring at him. Judging by the fleeting data feedback, the blue-haired, delicate woman in front of him harbored great hostility towards him. Ayu licked his lips. How about we discuss the price first? 100,000 per piece. Ayu said nothing. He waved his hand. Zhu Di didn't blink. He directly said, 200,000. The man seemed a bit hesitant. Zhu Di stood up and sneered. You're very greedy. Being a thug has potential. Lily, let's go. Wait, 200,000. Fine, 200,000. Zhu Di said directly, give me the goods. Take the money and leave. He was straightforward, no hesitation. He had no intention of lingering here. The man grinned and said, I wouldn't carry something worth 200,000. Go get it at my house. Zhu Di turned around and said, sure, no problem. He didn't take the thug seriously, but Li stood in front of Ayu. She sidestepped, revealing the gun at her waist. She reminded him, I just want to tell you, don't get any funny ideas. At this moment, Li Yan was still searching everywhere for Zhu Di. He calmly analyzed the situation in front of him. This person had been playing cat and mouse with him for several days, always moving around areas controlled by various gangs in the city. He must be part of the underworld. He must have figured out my identity, and he must know about my connection with Zhu Di. He even deliberately let Zhu Di find him. The month is drawing to a close. Such a patient opponent, very tricky. Just as Li Yan arrived at the gate of Zhu Di's villa, the phone rang. A strange voice came through. 20 minutes. Poland Street Dance. Holy Day Rental Apartment. I'm clearing the area today. If you don't come, you'll never see your little lover again. Such a delicate and beautiful woman has been kidnapped, and the kidnapper's motive isn't even money. Just now, Li Yan, who received the news of Zhu Di's kidnapping, followed the instructions to arrive at Poland Street. Poland Street is a famous red light district in Hong Kong. It's easily accessible, densely populated. Everywhere there are clock hotels, bars, and nightclubs. There is endless nightlife. Li Yan holds a machete wrapped in a cloth. He watches the people around him warily. Suddenly, a heat surged in his chest. The location of the ancient novel's Gu Chen fragment has been reported. Please pay attention to receive it. Li Yan looked up. The location of the fragments was exactly the Wuxing daily rental apartment. At this moment, Ayu calmly lit a cigarette. He had set up this trap for so long. It was all for today. Zhu Di, with his hands bound by ropes, looked a bit pale. He still didn't know what Ayu's real purpose was. To survive. He had no choice but to tentatively say, if it's money you want, we can talk about it. There are too many people here, too many eyes. Even if you kidnap me, it's hard for you to gain anything. I can cooperate and help you get out of here, but you need to make a call and send my people to the hospital first. Zhu Di was just giving an example. His white shirt was already stained with blood. He would occasionally cough up bloody foam. Looks like she's badly hurt. Ayu glanced at her. Li smirked slyly. Don't worry, this chick is so fiery. Just my type. I won't let her die that easily. As for leaving here, are you kidding me? This is my turf. Who stays, who goes, who lives, who dies. I call the shots. At this moment, A system prompt sounded in Aya's mind. Please note, you are only 10 hours away from the final return. Your current objectives 2 and 3 are incomplete. 2 of them are the most critical parts. Once completed, one can qualify for the return. The second requirement of the Iyuyan fugue incident is to eliminate all the walkers involved in this fugue incident. Currently, the remaining target is 1. He is very clear of his goal. As long as he defeats Leon, he can simultaneously complete tasks 2 and 3. This will perfectly accomplish the fugue incident. Aren't you an orphan? You've never been to the mainland. How would you know Leon? As Zhu Di questioned him, Ayu's thoughts were pulled back to reality. He smiled faintly at Zhu Di. Since you did your research ahead of time, why wouldn't I look into your sweetheart? As he was speaking, his gaze suddenly focused. With a gloomy expression, he watched Li Yan walk into the apartment. This was the 4th rockfall incident he had experienced. Although he had gone through 3 rockfall incidents, his specialization did not belong to the combat category. Instead, he had an advantage in reconnaissance. So, he was able to discover Li Yan's identity earlier. However, his ability to engage directly in combat was nearly 0. Biological affinity 63%. This ability is much rarer than ancient martial arts. Combined with my inheritance of the 8 serpents, my winning rate is naturally much higher. Although once the 8 serpents are released, they can only move within a radius of 200 meters, and exceeding this range will result in serious backlash. But in such a small area, it's enough. At this moment, Leon frowned as he just walked into the apartment. This is really calculated. The space here is so small. If I had a Han sword, I wouldn't be able to use it at all. The bodyguards around Judy are all armed. If he had the strength of a hard man with firearms, there would be no need to threaten me with Judy's. If the other party's abilities were exceptional, they wouldn't have waited until now to make a move. If I didn't have things to do, this incident could have been resolved long ago. This guy is relying on the assumption that I would rush over after hearing the news, which is a rather passive approach. If I don't come, wouldn't your schemes be wasted? At this moment, a chilling thought surfaced in Li Yan's mind. Set fire to this place. Force him out. Even if it hurts the innocent, these people are just strangers to me. Even Zhu Di. I've only known him for a little over 20 days. A man without poison is not a man. Moreover, he might not even be in danger. This idea is very tempting, but it was quickly dismissed by Lian. His 3 points of anger are not without reason. There are no ditches in front of a fierce tiger. In front of a coward, there are only obstacles. And at this moment, Lian suddenly noticed a white-haired man with a gun hiding behind him in the mirror. The battle between Lian and the 8 serpents has finally begun. He was knocked away after just 1 round. Just now, Lian saw an old man with white hair in the mirror. In danger, Lian suddenly crouched and rolled on the ground. He heard a bang beside his ear. Sparks flew up from the ground. Behind the wall, Yu gritted his teeth. Lian's sharpness made him feel a bit troubled. Just as he poked his head out, he was startled by the bullets hitting the wall. He saw Yu walk out. Lian hurriedly drew his pistol and shot. A piercing sound of metal shattering made one feel a chill. A faintly visible black snake, about 3 meters long and as thick as an arm, coiled around the man, surrounded by black mist. The bullets struck the scales of the black snake, and fell off one by one. Li Yan frowned tightly. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A system notification sounded. You have faced the power of the 8 serpents. From the data feedback of the fleeting glance, the man's name is Li Jiangyu. His current status is Serpent Embracing. He possesses the legacy of the 8 serpents. Aside from the fleeting glance, there are also skills like the 8 serpent fangs and the golden talisman. Not sure what they do, just watching it spit. Kyoko's 8 tongues. Li Yan felt a chill down his spine. At that moment, the system voice rang out again. You have discovered the predator. The predator and the walker who triggers a fleeting glimpse have an irreconcilable conflict of events. It can only be resolved through one side exiting the stage or even dying. The prey. If the predator kills the prey, they will obtain all purchasing rights and a 30% settlement reward gained by the other party in this rock cave incident. There is also a certain chance to devour their legacy. If the predator kills the prey, they will not receive a reward. However, they can 100% devour the legacy of the prey's predator identity. Certain special items can be obtained after watching the introduction of the 8 serpents legacy and the predator. Li Yan had a plan in mind. Since bullets don't work, he put away the pistol and drew the kukri knife. He quickly charged towards Li Jiangyu. Seeing Li Yan rushing over, Li Jiang chuckled. He is quite confident in his 8 serpents. The head of the 8 serpents strikes swiftly, like lightning, aiming for Li Yan's neck. Just as the two are about to collide, Li Yan bends her knee. Gaining power from her waist, she glides past in a sitting posture. Barely dodged the attack from the serpent. Li Jiang and Li Yan charged over. He directly drew his pistol, ready to shoot Li Yan. Li Yan gave a forceful swing. The blade flashed. A gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed Li Yan's shoulder. The sleeves were shattered. Li Jiangyun was struck hard in the shoulder by a doblig machete. The blade sank 3 inches into the bone. It got lodged in the shoulder. Seeing the opportunity arise, Li Yan leaped forward to a Yu. He was ready to take him out directly. Suddenly, he felt a chilling wind behind him. Li Yan, hanging in midair, managed to twist slightly. Using his waist, he leaned a bit. He narrowly dodged a fatal strike. But still, the 8 serpents left a wound on him, enduring the excruciating pain. Li Yan turned again. He kicked Li Jiangyu away. Then, he pulled out a handgun and fired a few shots at Li Jiangyu. The bullets were completely blocked by the 8 serpents. The speed of the 8 serpents is swift and agile. In this narrow and cramped passage, Li Yan can only keep jumping and moving. He barely dodges the attacks of the 8 serpents, waiting for the right moment to fire a few shots at their heads. However, it has no effect. Li Yan is startled. At this moment, there was no way to dodge. He could only grab the snake's head with his hands to block it. The immense force directly slammed Li Yan into a small room nearby. Li Jiangyu watched as Li Yan was brutally attacked by 8 snakes and a chicken. He cursed viciously, "You're fucking dead." At the same time, Judy upstairs heard the commotion downstairs. He quietly asked while upside down, could it be Li Yan? Li kept tearing at the rope on Judy's hand with his teeth. Finally, he bit a small cut into the rope. He spat out the rope from his mouth. He whispered, "It won't matter who comes. That strange snake simply can't be killed. I've never seen such a creature in my life. It completely overturns everything I knew about the world." At this moment, Zhu Di, who had just escaped, picked up the pistol on the ground, eyes wide open. He shouted loudly, "Don't do anything stupid. Hurry, jump out the window. Get someone on the street to call the police." Zhu Di skillfully ejected the bullets from the pistol. He threw them on the ground, then took off his high heels. Turning around, he said to Li, "This thing is useless against monsters, but it can hurt you." He took another look at the injured Lil. He knew this wasn't the time to be sentimental. With red eyes, he said, "Take care." The battle between Li Yan and Li Jiangyu finally reached a climax. The 8 snakes coiled around Li Jiangyu, blocking the entrance tightly. The black scales flowed like water. Li Yan assumed a fighting stance. He warily looked at Li Jiangyu across from him. The faucet behind him had been shattered by the previous blow. Cold water continuously splashed against Li Yan's back. However, Li Yan seemed completely unaware. Suddenly, he moved like a snake. His pale, sharp teeth came directly at him. Li Yan twists his left foot. His calf exerts force. He dodges the attack from the 8th snake. At the same time, the root of his foot kicks fiercely towards the side of the 8th snake's head. This strike sends a shock through Li Yan's heart. It felt as if his foot had kicked a steel plate. He immediately switches to a stomp. Using the force, he jumps above the 8th snake. Li Jiang saw Li Yan jump over the snake's head again, fearing that Li Yan would use the same trick again. Without a second thought, he directly let the 8 snakes retreat, protecting himself. At this moment, Li Yan calmly looked at the 8 snakes, his brain quickly analyzing. The fangs of this strange snake seem to contain some special ability, no matter what, as long as it comes into contact with it can be swallowed up completely. The linear attack speed is very fast, but the turning is not flexible enough. The farther you are from the director, the slower it becomes. The eye of the enlightened beast is the eye of the enlightened beast, not the 8-tongued fang of the enlightened beast. The only sharp thing is the teeth. Since that's the case, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get the tiger's cub? Understanding the key to the situation, Li Yan took the initiative to step forward. Li Jiang hesitated for a moment, but didn't send out the 8 serpents to attack, but he still kept it close to him. The snakehead continued to chase after Li Yan's figure. Li Yan was almost pushing her speed to the limit, while dodging the attacks of the 8 snakes. She kept getting closer to Li Jiangyu. She bent her heart and twisted her waist. Her feet stepped on the bagua. Li Jiangyu's vision blurred. Li Yan has disappeared without a trace. Immediately, a violent sound of wind came from behind his head. In Li Jiang, you lost sight of Li Yan. But the 8 serpents have no serpent heads. Like thunder, it struck at Li Yan's incoming fist. Li Yan did not retreat at all. His heart was filled with anger. The hostility surged fiercely. The upper arm slightly raises. The hand is fully palm up. The forearm swings. What does it matter if this hand sends you away? The tongue arrives with a roar, suddenly bites down on Li Yan's right hand. Before the teeth can close, Li Yan's palm slides to the right. Minimize contact with Li. The part of the teeth, blood gushed out. Li Yan seemed oblivious. He turned and bent down. His left foot pressed on the ground. While his right toes were raised high, he kicked towards Li Jiangyu's head. He kicked the door open with his foot. The kick landed squarely on Li Jiangyu's temple. Everything went black for him. A large amount of blood spurted from his mouth and nose. He fell like a struck snake. His body went limp. He collapsed to the ground, along with Li Jiangyu. Li Yan was panting heavily. Sweat is dripping from his forehead. The danger from earlier still leaves him shaken. At this moment, the system voice sounds. A fleeting glance. It reminds him that the golden talisman has activated, meant to trigger when he is about to suffer potentially fatal damage. It will forcibly stabilize the injury at a level that won't cause immediate death, and it will slowly recover to 30% of the original injury severity. Injuries that cause disabilities cannot be restored. At this moment, an old man with an ethereal appearance and an otherworldly aura appeared behind Li Jiangyu. A flash of golden light appeared. Li Jiangyu, who had already suffered a fatal blow, stood up again. He dragged his injured body and ran outside. Li Yan gritted his teeth and flipped over. He wanted to chase after him. He looked down at his right hand. His little finger and ring finger had vanished. Blood kept flowing from the wound. He directly tore his clothes into strips to wrap around his right hand. Li Yan grinned. Suddenly, he started laughing. The man's hearty laughter echoed throughout the apartment. Li Jiangyu looked back in terror. He shouted loudly, "Crazy person! This person is just a lunatic." Blood dripped onto the ground in spots. Li Jiangyu desperately ran towards the building. She knew she still had hope. The gun of the female bodyguard was still lying up there. The battle between Li Yan and Li Jiangyu finally reached its final stage. Just moments ago, Li Yan dealt a fatal blow to Li Jiangyu at the cost of one of her hands. Fortunately, Li Jiangyu had a life-saving skill. He has just escaped a calamity. At this moment, he has been terrified by Li Yan's ferocity. He desperately runs up the building. He doesn't understand why he is losing. Clearly, he had the advantage of time, place, and people. A brief glimpse shows that man is just a newcomer. He has no legacy whatsoever. The only commendable thing is his impressive 81% in encouragement specialization. His only hope now is the gun that fell from the female bodyguard upstairs. Li Jiangyu suddenly pushed the door open. He looked around. He found that Judy was already gone. Li stared at the man in a daze. He didn't expect this man to be in such a miserable state. A machete had pierced through his entire shoulder. His body was covered in blood. That strange snake has also disappeared. Li Jiangyu grabbed Li's collar tightly. He shouted angrily, "Where's the master? Where's your master?" Li stared fiercely at Li Jiangyu. With a cold sneer, she asked, "Where's your mother?" At this moment, Li Jiangyu, who was extremely furious, kicked at Li's wound forcefully. He picked up the handgun on the ground and dragged the seriously injured Li towards the door. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Aren't you going to stay and play with your dad a bit longer?" Li Jiangyu's heart sank. This was the last voice he wanted to hear. He immediately raised his gun and aimed it at Li Yan. Li Yan showed no signs of fear. The dark muzzle of the gun was pointed at her. Li Jiangyu suddenly seemed to understand something. She loudly asked Yagami, "Aren't you afraid? You can't possibly be experiencing the flame incident for the first time. You are a dropout." Li Yan frowned. "What is a dropout?" "It seems this flame incident is not simple." I took a glance at the gun 1923 in Li Jian's hand. "You can't hold that gun steady with your left hand, can you? Let that woman go. How about we all throw away our guns for fairness?" Just as Li Jiang was hesitating, Li's voice rang out, "Shoot. Her gun is out of bullets." Li Yan reacted quickly. He directly threw the gun in his hand over. It turned out that her gun also had no bullets. The eight-headed snake quickly bit down. The handgun obviously shook. It seemed incredibly weak. Before Li Jiangyu could react, Li Yan's fist was already in front of her. A heavy blow sent Li Jingyu flying out. I can feel the scent of death. Li Jiangyu steeled her heart. She couldn't care less now. First, she had to get through this. The system's voice sounded. "You have triggered the self-detonation of the BA snake's inheritance. The ability will enter a cooldown phase of a latent event. Your specialization has been forcibly reduced by 10%. You have self-detonated your inheritance at a great cost, in exchange for a fatal blow." The 8 serpents roared to the sky in fury. Their bodies shattered into countless fragments. Li Jiangyu lunged at Li Yan. A black flash shot straight toward Li Yan's forehead. The system chimed. "A fleeting glimpse. This suggests you've identified your opponent's weaknesses. The next attack will include, but is not limited to, gunfire, blades, toxins, or any other actions that could harm the opponent. Release speed increased by 100%. Damage increased by 100%. A hand rests on the handle of the machete on Li Jiangyu's shoulder. The blade is drawn in a horizontal slash, fluid and effortless. A tragic red line slashes across Li Jiangyu's neck. The black light pierced through Li Yan's forehead. The blood-soaked dogleg knife fell from Li Yan's hand to the ground. Both of them knelt down simultaneously. They were motionless. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Li dragged her severely injured body to Li Yan's side. She tugged at her pants leg. Li Yan turned her head to look at the woman. He whispered, "What are you doing?" Checking if him dead or not. Looking at Li Yan, who seemed fine, Li felt a bit speechless. She was helped up by Li Yan. The feeling of surviving this ordeal was just wonderful. Outside, the sound of police sirens rang out. Julie got out of the car barefoot, looking upstairs. Li Yan is holding Li and looking down. The anxious heart finally eased, bodies softened. Leaning against the car door, let out a long breath. Crying with hands covering the face, Li Yan supported Li. He slowly walked downstairs. The system sound rang out again. "You killed the predator. You have gained all the purchase rights and 30% settlement rewards from this floating stone event, since you don't have any inheritance. Unfortunately, you are not qualified to devour the 8 serpents." Li Yan finally teamed up with Zhu Dis. Judy also finally understood the reason Li Yan broke up with him. Victoria Harbor in Hong Kong. A stone boat resembling a palace floats on the sea. Li Yan is happily devouring wonton noodles. In no time, the 4th bowl is already empty. Li Yan lets out a satisfied burp. Judy looks at the man in front of him with a smile. He gently asks, "Is that enough to eat? Let's talk after you finish eating." Li Yan hurriedly interrupted Judy's. He knew what Judy was going to ask. Smiling, he said, "I think I can have another bowl." Judy snapped his fingers. He said to the waiter, "Give this gentleman 10 more bowls of wonton noodles." He smiled warmly at Li Yan. "I've booked this boat for tonight. We have all the time we need." The deceased smiled and stepped away. Only the sound of the ship's horn echoed across the calm sea. "Why did you break up with me?" Judy looked at Li Yan with a serious face. Li Yan shrugged. Why don't you ask the magic conch? Judy, holding back the urge to curse, said. Is it because it's too trivial? Li Yan spat out a mouthful of beer. He didn't expect Judy's way of thinking to be so surprising. A sharp sword needs a suitable sheath to rest in, not another sword that is sharper than itself. That's why? Judy asked eagerly. He knew he had genuine feelings for Li Yan. Li Yan took a sip of the noodle soup. I told Judy I'm leaving Hong Kong. Where are you going? Where I go doesn't matter. The important thing is I have to leave. When it comes to breaking up, I've been wondering if there's something wrong with me. You're beautiful, have a sweet voice, and a great body. And you're rich too. Sleep for a while, slap your butt, and take the money to leave. Who can find it? I don't even know when it started. I tell myself, this girl is not bad. Don't hurt here. Li Yan seemed to be talking to himself, as if he was explaining to Judy. With only 3 fingers left on the right hand, I held the cigarette and looked at Judy with a serious expression. To be honest, I initially thought you were just joking. Judy gently tucked her hair, making her already stunning beauty appear even more radiant. Who said I was joking? After saying this, she took Li Yan to the deck to enjoy the night view of Victoria Harbour. She pounced into Li Yan's arms. They shared a passionate kiss. The two embraced like this. The silent heart finally sparked to life. The next morning, in the service building, Ashil was still questioning Li Yan about where he went yesterday. Li Yan laughed and said to Ashil, I've taken care of the paperwork for you to go to school. He'll introduce a personal connection to you in a bit. He's a distant relative of yours. I really put in a lot of effort to find him. He is willing to be your guardian. Legally and emotionally, he is more suitable than I am. Ashu knows that her family came here to escape hardship. How could they have relatives in Hong Kong? Li Yan is clearly just deceiving himself. It was as if she could see through Arxiu's heart. Li Yan gently touched Arxiu's head and said, what your mother said before she left must be right. Mom also hopes you have a good life. Looking at Arshu in front of him, Li Yan knew that all he could do was this much. After a hurried knock on the door, Julie, with red eyes and a look of panic, pushed the door open. He was still saying that he didn't expect his aunt to be in Hong Kong all along. I never got to see her before she passed away, but I will definitely take good care of the daughter she left behind. Then I directly half-squatted in front of Ashil. With red eyes, I looked at her. Ashil's Aline. Right, you can call me Sister Ju, dear. Ashil timidly stared at Judy for a while. Then she directly pounced into Judy's arms. Watching the two embrace and weep, Li Yan couldn't help but sigh. Women are born actresses. In Judy's luxurious villa, Li Yan and Judy had just finished a duo game. Judy looked at Li Yan's right hand. He asked with concern, even if you hurt your right hand, there's no way you could lose to that Yongchun kid, right? Li Yan smiled at Judy. Do you want me to win? Of course. Li Yan took the cigarette from Judy's hand. He said confidently, then he'll definitely beat him. Watch this man closely. He's just too brutal. He just finished dueling with a beauty. Now he's going to beat up a little boy. Just now, after finishing a duo match with Zhu Di, Li Yan vowed that they would definitely win. Shu Tianqi entered the private room of the clothing building. On the TV, a replay of Shu Tianqi and Xiao Zhu's match was playing. Xiaozhou wielded a 9-section broadsword. The blade moved like splashed ink. The sword flowed like mercury spilling. At one point, Shu Tianqi was completely unable to fight back. A total of 21 strikes. Li Yan believed that within these 21 stabs, even he couldn't find any chance to fight back. It was these 21 stabs that left Shu Tianqi covered in blood. Looking at the serious-faced Li Yan, the Red Ghost quietly asked if Shu Tianqi used the 8 sabers. Is the true heir of IP man confident? Is he still using a sword? Li Yan thought seriously for a moment. I've injured my right hand. Although the Han sword is fierce, it's curious. I want to exchange it for a weapon that represents the Manhwa school. The Ziwu Mandarin, Duck Moon, Elm, who had been silent, shot him a glare. You only need one in your left hand. Such arrogance. Red Demon glanced at Taishui. He stood up, ready to leave. As Red Demon left, only Li Yan and Elm were left in the room. The two sat in silence. The atmosphere was eerie yet harmonious. The Ziwu Mandarin duck blades were passed down by Dong Haishuan, the founder of the 8 Trigram sect. They are a unique weapon formed by connecting 2 crescent-shaped blades, one large and one small. A pair in each hand, resembling a distorted mathematical letter, X. A gap is left in the middle for the user to grip. It's an even rarer dual-handed short weapon compared to butterfly knives. In the underground practice hall, Li Yan is still practicing continuously. Left hand, round. The Red Ghost stands by, watching Li Yan. The Mandarin Duck Moon technique is a double-handed sword. You're using your less skilled left hand for it. Your chances are too slim. Li Yan smiles slightly, but doesn't answer the Red Ghost's question. But he directly said, "Brother Red Ghost, you've been in Longqing for so long, and we haven't had a chance to spar. Sparring is fine. Yan has been here for a while now. How is the service building for you? How do you feel about me? Not bad. What does Brother Red Ghost want to say? Just get to the point, Taisu. Let me ask you, are you planning to disappear without a word?" Li Yan smiled faintly. "Since you know, I have to kill or be killed. Let me finish tomorrow's finals first." Brother Red Ghost made an unhappy gesture. "Now Zhu Di will protect you. How could I dare to move against you?" Looking at the appearance of the Red Ghost, Li Yan thought to himself that since the first day he arrived here, this guy has taken great care of him. Let's cooperate a bit. Thanks for your help during this time. Then Li Yan revealed a very unrestrained smile. The Taisui has such a bad temper. Didn't even touch me. Think it over yourself. Hongyi was stunned. Then he started laughing. He suddenly threw the cigarette at Li Yan. Li Yan saw the cigarette flying toward him and punched it away. Hongyi stepped forward 2 steps. A powerful punch hit Li Yan's face again. Li Yan could block and dodge, but he didn't. He took the punch head-on. Then there was another collision. It struck Li Yan's abdomen. Then he swung his left fist to hit Li Yan's back. Li Yan pushed the soul ghost away with a palm. The first punch, I willingly took it. The second shove, I let it slide. But enough is enough. If you hit me again, I'll fight back. The Red Demon grinned. He smiled and said softly, "I'd like to see that Mai." And with that, the two rushed at each other. A fight broke out. At that moment, the door of the training room was pushed open by Yushu. Looking at the two, he shouted for them to stop. If there's something to discuss, wait until Aryan finishes his training. Then he glanced at Li Yan and quietly said, "Safe travels, July 7th, year of Bing Yin. All is well." At this moment, Li Yan's condition, his right hand is seriously injured. His mastery of the encouragement technique has increased to 82%. He looked at the last bit of his cell replenisher, then drank it all in one gulp. Afterwards, he headed toward the door. At this moment, Judy had already been waiting at the door for a long time. "After this match, are you going to leave?" Li Yan didn't answer. Instead, he took out a small box from his chest. He handed it to Judy. Judy received it. In his hand was a ring set with red beads. "It's your family's heirloom." Li Yan smiled awkwardly. "I bought this yesterday in one chai. You can smoke with this. Your fingers won't get stained." Judy looked a bit sad. He held the gift tightly to his chest. "When will you come back?" Li Yan fell silent for a moment. "If you get the chance, come back." Judy rushed over. He tightly hugged Li Yan from behind, his chest pressed closely against her back. He whispered, "I left a gift in your room. Remember to take it." Watching her as she walked away, Judy quietly took out a stack of documents from his bag. She was thrown into the trash can. The information on it is indeed Li Yan's. Judy knows. The Li Yan on it is not the Li Yan he likes. He vaguely seems to understand something, but he didn't say anything. He knows that it is enough to truly love this man. As for whether he is Li Yan, that's no longer important. As Li Yan makes her entrance into the underground boxing ring, the audience erupts in excitement. They keep shouting the name of the King of Hell. An old man sits at the edge of the stands, his expression calm, completely out of sync with the atmosphere around him. When he sees the Meridian Mandarin duck music in Li Yan's hand, the old man's eyes flicker slightly, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. He seemed very familiar with this weapon. Tianxi looked at Li Yan across from him. He muttered, "The stranger the weapon, the faster it kills." "Have you heard that before?" Li Yan didn't respond. Judy's figure still lingered in his mind. Tianxi continued impatiently, "Did you hear me talking?" Li Yan did not respond to him. He directly said, "He joined." Li Yan's eyes focused sharply on Tianxi. He spoke, "Wing Chun." The final showdown between the two was finally about to begin. Stay tuned for a more exciting next episode. This man is truly ruthless. Facing such a delicate young boy, he still delivered a fatal blow. Just moments ago, Tianxi held an 8-bladed knife, stepping forward, each step faster than the last, gradually turning from a walk into a sprint, leaping into the air. The 8-cut knife directly slashed towards Li Yan's chest. With a clang, a close combat ensued. Sparks erupted between the ice blades. It was just a moment. Tianxi was startled. He thought to himself, "This is not good." He almost fell for it. The straight blade clashed with the crescent blade of the Ziwu Mandarin Duck Moon. As long as Li Yan raised the one character upward, the rolling crescent blade would slice off his own hand. Realizing the danger, Tianxi quickly blocked the crescent blade with another sword, forcing Li Yan's weapon downward. The force loosened, and both weapons separated. Tianxi raised the 8-lantern blade and turned it into a straight thrust, aiming directly at Li Yan's throat. Li Yan bent to dodge. Tianxi's attack did not relent, and he slashed at Li Yan's face. Li Yan directly blocked the 8-lantern blade with the Ziwu Mandarin duck crescent, and Frick Ju used thumb off the hilt. Let the Mandarin duck moon circle around the 4 fingers. Shu Tianzi's pupils shrank sharply. The spinning outer blade pierced directly into the back of Shu Tianzi's hand. Blood gushed out. Shu Tianzi's expression remained unchanged. He didn't care about the injury on the back of his hand at all. He directly swung his right hand with the knife towards Li Yan's neck. Li Yan raised his hand to block Shu Tian. Kui quickly stepped back to create some distance. He pulled away. Li Yan did not pursue. He looked at Shu Tianzi. He said lightly that he had never seen an authentic 8-slice knife. He felt honored to see it today. I didn't come in vain either. What I have in my hand is called the Meridian Mandarin Duck Moon. The South has almost nothing. I'll let you meet him too. After saying that, he smiled coldly. That move just now was called the Radiance of Sun and Moon. Shu Tianzi's wound on the back of his hand isn't deep. He doesn't mind it. On the contrary, he becomes even more excited. Unfortunately, yours is a one-handed technique. It's not authentic. If it were both hands, your neck would be bleeding, not the back of your hand. I wouldn't be so sure. Shu Tianzi bent forward, striking Li Yan's weapon with the Biezhan Dao. He twisted the blade with his left hand. He reached behind with the knife, directly touching Li Yan's neck. Li Yan was startled. He thought to himself, this kid is confident he can take me down with one hand.